Hello, everybody. How we doing? Hello, little dog. Yes. Let me. There we go. On lunch break at work. Hey, hey there. Kirkchella. Oh yeah, no, so I went to, like many people, I did a Super Bowl party yesterday with some friends because I don't watch Super Bowl. And the fun part about a gay Super Bowl party is that there's not the expectation that anybody else has either. Give me 1 second. I just realized I don't have any beverage, so I will be right back. What did I do with my cup, Beck? Do you know? Alrighty. What was I saying? Oh, you're fine. Yeah, mod chat should be okay. How am I doing? It has been, so I do want to say up front, if anybody would like to donate today, please give through the Ko-Fi link. If, I don't know if any of the mods are in chat or later they can. If you could give to the Ko-Fi link, I've shared it also on Blue Sky. I had to go and get, I'm still a little bit pissed off about it. So I lost my wallet last week. And so I've been replacing stuff, and I had to go and get my license replaced, which I didn't realize was like almost $100. So my bank account is now under $100 for the next couple days. So if you would like to help me, and that goes towards taking care of myself, my partner, Koa, who lives with me, my animals, um, it would be much appreciated. But as always, no hustle. Yeah, so fucking expensive. When the dude said like, yeah, that'll be $86, I was like, oh, okay. The fucking yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. I was not happy because I had actually made an appointment to get the real ID thing. That way I would be able to have my airport ID, because that's like the new standard for travel or whatever. And that didn't happen because for other reasons. And I had this appointment for like a week, and it was just I've had a day, a very frustrating day already. But yesterday, excuse me as I chew on some of these Cheerios. Yesterday was, of course, one of our great national pastimes, the Super Bowl. And I have long been, if there is one consistency I've had since my days as an edgy teenager, it's been hating the Super Bowl as like the standard, the gold standard of like slop consumerism. And on that subject, I think this was maybe one of the worst years I've ever seen for Super Bowl ads. While there were a couple that I was like, oh, you know what, that's kind of sweet. The Lay's ad I thought was kind of cute. Most of them were like AI and security state shit. And like if it wasn't Meta, it was OpenAI. If it wasn't OpenAI, it was some Palantir subsidiary. If it wasn't that, it was Claude. At every point, and it just felt like fucking laughing at you. Or the Ring doorbell shit is absolutely wild. Let me check something real quick. I'm proud to announce the creation of the Hyperbole. He fucking would too. God, so that halftime show though was, I will say again, as somebody who generally, and I don't generally care for like the pop musicians they put out there, just because like it's not my scene. Last year was great. I love Kendrick. When it's a rapper, it's kind of the same with me in like most like game shows or trade shows. If it's rap, I can usually get down with it. If it's rock or metal, which it rarely is, I'm there. If it's a pop act or something, I generally just don't know / don't care usually, unless it's somebody like, you know, Gaga or Chapel or somebody like that. So I don't really know from Bad Bunny, because since I think Bad Bunny's really come up since I left the job I had where I did listen to like new music. When I worked at the club and was a bouncer and a server and stuff, I heard all kinds of new music. I just don't really, I don't really like, I'm not going to parties and stuff. I kind of just work. Um, and I thought, so I didn't really know from Bad Bunny. It was Latin music. Like it was great. Like I couldn't understand a word of it, but god damn, more than anything else that blew me away was the production, which was brilliant. To like in no uncertain terms, I think the production of the show was like jaw dropping at so many points. You know, completely divorced from what it was saying as a work of art, what the intentions were, all the symbolism and all the like celebrity cameos and all of these really cool things that contributed to overall how great the end result was, the dancing, the choreography, but just the like, I can't imagine the practice and choreography it took to get that amount of dancers down while having this like moving both on, I think there were drones and camera crews down there, and filming it live, but with like shifting angles that tell a story like a movie. It just unbelievable technical mastery. I don't know who like the production company was, or if that's like a regular part of his shows or anything, because like just purely as somebody, again, removed from the music, the style, my taste in that, as somebody who has gone to 3 Iron Maiden concerts, as somebody who loves a good motherfucking show, like if I go and I'm watching something on stage, I don't just want to hear the hits. I want a motherfucking show. That's what that was. I'm like, that's fucking cinema right there. It was gorgeous. It's crazy. And then like the additional tailoring of having these intricately crafted cultural vignettes that you're going through. Hiya, Hammock, where you're like visiting with these characters, not even characters. I mean, they were made up as characters for the purpose of this, but they are based on like real iconography in Latin and Latino culture. Like you go to weddings and you will see abuelas that look like this. Um, and I thought that was so beautiful. The intricacy of creating this kind of city block that you're going through, and there are these different areas, so it almost had this like theme park ride feel to it. Oh yeah, so fun. That was Ricky Martin, wasn't it? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I was like, is that Ricky Martin? Damn, he looks like he's old but still a good looking guy. For sure. King said Rock. Seeing Kid Rock, man, it was so the TPUSA, the Turning Point USA halftime show, the one that had Kid Rock as the closer. Because I watched them both consecutively. Oh yeah. Well, Johnny Viral, would you be able to post links to the Ko-fi and pin that in YouTube chat? Because, like I was saying, I lost my wallet, had to go get it replaced today. I am down about $120 from going up there, all the scheduling, and then paying for the fucking fee. So my bank account is real close to nothing for the next couple days. So if anybody wants to give a little bit, the Ko-fi link would be the perfect way to do it. And I'll stop begging for money. But yeah, it was a surreal experience because the Turning Point USA, because me and a bunch of other people were like, let's watch this as a bit because fucking of course we are. And at first it started with like 2.1 million, viewers. And over time, that number just kept going up. Oh, you're good. You're good. Johnny Viral, don't worry about it. And it was just so like it was sad. It was sad, dude. We were talking about it a little bit, but it is very clear it was like a culture war thing that was last minute as hell because apparently it was pre-taped from a lot of sources I've seen have said it was pre-taped, which makes sense. Um it was this bizarre standing room like stage, but it wasn't even like a concert venue stage. It was so it was just weird because most of the time it would be these lonely ass artists standing out in the middle of the darkness because the stage is kind of this jet black and there wasn't like lights, a lot of lights, and there were some pyrotechnics and stuff, but it mostly just had this awful, bizarre. Here, let me see if I'll just go find some video of it because it's so like I don't know, it's almost Lynchian in a way. Anthony Gramulia, thank you very much for $5. The Jigglypuff Gaga duet was better than the TPUSA show. I can't believe she was singing with Jigglypuff and Bad Bunny in one day. That's a gay queen right there. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate. I don't know what's happening with the maintenance people in my building, but there are a bunch of people right now, and I can just hear them just go bang, bang, bang. Fuck. Draws millions to rival NFL Super Bowl. All right. Alternative halftime show is such a funny way to describe that. What artists were desperate enough to accept TPUSA money? Kid Rock, which was so additionally funny. I want to see, honestly, I want to see him coming out because they hype it up. Like I'm sure it's, you know, just using lighting and track settings from like a concert or whatever. But seeing this bizarre, it's almost classic television. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Oh shit. Cash Patel grilled on. Oh shit. I didn't realize this was happening.
Disagree that there's a cultural rot on their side of the aisle that needs to be addressed desperately. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Oh my God. This is live right now, everybody.
One of the more astounding aspects of this is that it's not just people. This comes from the very top, from their political leaders.
Yeah, this is live. Holy shit.
Just a few days ago, a member of Congress of this body, Ilhan Omar, shared a video on her social media account about Charlie Kirk's murder, and I'll quote what it said. It said,
so I want to really quick preface this because we do have other stuff to talk about. We have the ICE detentions we're going to get to today. As I'm starting to stream more throughout the year, I'm hoping to do longer and earlier streams like this. So that's why I'm seeing people come in and say, you know, that I'm streaming early. Then yeah, get used to it. It's fine. There's plenty of Vesper to go around. I will say that this coincides with one of the things we're going to talk about today, where the FBI is officially, their official narrative, the story they're sticking to, is that the files do not show Epstein had any coordination with other men or sex trafficked minors to them, which is so obviously a fucking lie. As this little feckless dipshit and Pam Bondi continue to try and bury this story, and we have some other shit to talk about with that, because I don't know what the algorithm did, but it served me a bunch of deep Epstein file shit that it got me rightfully pissed off all fucking over again. So let's see some of these people tear into this asshole.
Republicans, by contrast, are recognizing that a constitutional republic depends on the free and open exchange of ideas that we can debate without violence, and that assassinating a political rival is evil, it's wrong, and it should not be glorified or promoted or justified in any way, including in the way that Congresswoman Ilhan Omar did. So Mr. Patel, thank you again for being here. I'd like to, with the remainder of my time, just get your...
Thank you. Well, yeah, not this guy. Thank you very much, Brutus Magnuson, for having the Ko-Fi link. If anybody wants to donate to help with my ID problems, please donate at that link, and I'm going to try and pin it in the YouTube.
Partnerships with these companies in the public space, on these gaming sites, and on these social media sites. As I was saying earlier, there is no way to triage the amount of information generated on these sites by the FBI alone. And we need the public-private partnership. And there's another law that's expiring, I think, at the end of this month, which I believe we need renewed, that allows private sector companies to report into the FBI without liability for criminal investigatory purposes. And that's the kind of stuff we need to keep going.
Got it. Thank you, Director Patel. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Arizona.
I have some UCs.
Gentleman to state his request.
Thank you. The first one is a piece entitled Review of Domestic Terrorism After Kirk's Murder Shows Biden Politicized Issue, the Intel, and Fudged the Data.
Without objection.
Thank you. Make a motion to table.
Oh, no, we got to recognize the ranking member for his motion.
It's just a UC request.
The gentleman's recognized for a UC request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey,
This
Vinny
is
Vega,
the
thank you for 2
ADL
months. Hope you're
report
well. I am
issued
doing
February
okay.
21, 2025, titled
Let me really quick, I want to say, Fight and Hobbit, thank you for 25 bits. Just a reminder that Mr. Robert James Ritchie grew up in the Detroit suburbs on a massive tract of land with a literal apple orchard. My carpetbagger Tennessee has more country than he'll ever be. And that is, for those who don't know, that is, I believe, Kid Rock's real name.
murder.
Without objection. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized for unanimous consent.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple articles here. First is a New York Post article, July 17th, 2025. Democratic Senator Ron Wyden claims big Epstein file full of actionable information locked in Treasury Department drawer.
Without objection.
This is The Guardian, May 18th, 2023. Deutsche Bank agrees to pay $75 million to settle Jeffrey Epstein lawsuit.
Without objection.
This
I can't tell if he's saying without
Fox
objection
Business,
or
September 10th,
objection.
2025. JP Morgan processed over $1 billion for Jeffrey Epstein despite internal concerns over sex offender status.
Without objection.
And New York Times, Bank of America flagged suspicious
It sounds
payments
like
to Epstein
objection.
only after he died.
Without objection.
Yeah, that
Okay,
is
and
objection.
I also have a motion, Mr. Chair.
Lady was recognized. We're going to come back to the motion I thought was made by Mr. But I want to dismiss our witness.
I think I need
Could we
to
do the
make a
motions
motion.
before he goes?
What,
The one, I just wanted to press the motion I originally
yeah,
had.
we're
for
going to
the-
bring that up. Is that what this
four
is?
banks.
Are you doing
Oh.
that?
No, this is another motion.
Okay, well, I'm going to recognize first the gentleman because we held that motion in advance.
I've got
Gentleman from
I still have the UC, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So look, there are 4 banks, JP Morgan, Bank of New York, Bank of America, and Deutsche Bank.
Yeah, but the gentleman can state his motion.
Yeah, but the motion is to subpoena the CEOs of these 4 banks to bring in all records relating to their relationship to Jeffrey Epstein and to produce all records reflecting it. These 4 banks have flagged to the government $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions relating to the
Chairman,
sex
I move the
trafficking crimes.
table.
Mr.
What?
Diamond just released a statement saying he would be
Chairman,
happy to
motion-
comply.
Mr. Chairman, he doesn't need
The
the.
motion to table, the motion offered by the gentleman from Maryland, the motion to table is not debatable. The question occurs on the motion to table. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is
Fuck
tabled.
off.
I'd like
Are
a
you
recorded vote if we could, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote being requested. The clerk will call. Well, we got to get the clerk here.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, what just happened is they brought up, Raskin brought up suspicious ties to Deutsche Bank, these other big banks. Somebody tabled the motion, which means we're going to set it aside for later. And then Jim Jordan was like, "Oh yeah, the ayes have it. Fuck this."
Oh, the clerk's right here. Wonderful. Clerk
Mr.
will call the
Jordan?
roll. Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes aye. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes aye.
Yeah, go to
Mr.
the fucking.
Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Cohen?
And mind you, Jim Jordan has a
Johnson?
history of covering
Mr.
up for
Johnson votes
pedophiles
no.
and shit. By the
Mr.
way,
Swallow? Mr. Swallow votes no. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Mr.
what it
Neguse
was.
votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove?
Oh, no, that's a good one.
Mr. Moss
Representative
votes-
Jim Jordan asked
Mr.
ex-Ohio
Moskowitz
State
votes no.
wrestler
Mr.
to
Goldman?
deny abuse allegations.
Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett?
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
Ignored former Ohio State
Mr.
doctor
Gooden?
Richard Strauss' sexual abuse of wrestlers from 79 to 97. Abused at least 177 people during his
Mr.
tenure.
Gooden votes yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Goldman, you're not recorded.
No.
Goldman votes no.
Unfucking believable. A motion to table, or they are.
Gentlelady from Washington.
How do you
Ms.
say it? Is
Jayapal
it a
votes
motion
no.
to table the motion?
Gentleman from California. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Massey votes no.
Director, I want to thank you again for being here. While we're waiting for members to get back to record their vote, you don't need to stay around for these kind of motions. We appreciate the service you're providing the country.
If
Appreciate
I
your
were
testimony
anybody
today, and
who
appreciate the fact
was
you did it 5 hours straight. It's
primarying
amazing.
people-
God bless you and keep up the good work. The witnesses dismissed.
Oh, fuck off. God bless you. Keep up the good
I
work.
know, but I'm dismissing the witness. I don't think it, nothing involved.
I just put them in the record. Mr. Chairman,
We're still waiting for members to come back to record their vote on the motion offered
Good.
by the gentleman from.
no, I just, as a point of order, I just wanted to establish that the dismissal of the witness doesn't affect the viability of any of the motions.
No, the committee's still going. How many members we need?
All right, chat, we're going to go back a little bit then. While we're waiting for people to... Or can I not? Okay. Fuck me, I guess.
Elijah Cummins and Carolyn Maloney consulted with me when they were
I'm
chairman
not
of the
asking
committee.
about past, I'm asking about what's this, and this is the problem, and the reason why we're concerned about this is, Chairman Comer, I've read accounts of you describing yourself as a Trump man.
As a what?
Trump man. I'm a Trump man.
Man?
You said,
Well-
I'm a Trump man.
I mean,
Yes.
I
So
support the president.
you support the president, and this is why it would be important to have in writing the bipartisan
All right,
nature.
so there's
Bec-
no proof. That's just probably fucking
be-
clickbait. I hate that shit.
bipartisanship, so that it
I hate the slop. Like, Ghislane isn't testifying. Look at all these fucking live feeds. Jesus. All right. 5 hours ago. Here we go.
Director is being questioned by New Jersey Senator Cory Booker.
Defend children, reassigned. You're not denying that. I've seen you
FBI
time and
agents
time
don't
again
get reassigned.
attack my colleagues' premises of questions as a way to not answer the question. So let me end with this. I believe you have made our country weaker and less safe.
Damn.
I believe that we are more vulnerable to a major event, and I pray to God it doesn't happen. You've gutted the Bureau of Institutional Knowledge and Expertise. You fired or pushed out seasoned.
I hate this motherfucker so much. Maybe most due to the sheer, like, his own sheer personal ineptitude, but additionally how his ineptitude invalidates the hard work of so many who actually had to go to, like, college and actually had to study to do these sometimes very hard jobs of investigating. And I'm not saying the FBI is perfect, but there is a merit like system in place there that by completely fucking bypassing it, it cheapens the entire enterprise. Everybody fucking can recognize that. And is Cory Booker, what Cory Booker's doing here, performative? Yes, but so is exactly what Kash Patel is doing, which is to be a little mealy-mouthed pedant sitting there being like, yes, I'm just not paying attention. Because none of these fuckers take this shit seriously. Like, here, they are at a congressional hearing for, after now that we've had a lot more of the files put out, what we can tell is a highly covered up and coordinated campaign of trafficking, abuse, and very likely murder. And he is treating it with the flippancy of a parking ticket or something.
FBI officials, many with more than 20 years of experience, and we're working on cases that were critical. You've been purging thousands of serious law enforcement officials who spent their careers keeping us safe, only to lower hiring standards in order to find anyone to replace them. And shockingly, you admitted in this hearing to Senator Coons that it would take 14 years to fill the vacancies at your agency. Many are the result of your...
Okay, take a breath, because this one starts...
Okay, I don't know who this is. I don't care.
Well, we appreciate you finding that. We'd like to know a little bit more about that, and we look forward to that information coming forward. And I appreciate the gentleman yielding. With that, we now recognize the gentleman from Colorado.
Okay. I guess this is rolling back
a
little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. Thank you, Director Patel, for being here today. I have a couple of questions regarding a terrible shooting that occurred in Colorado, state, as you may know, that I represent. You've testified previously about, I think, what you would describe as your efforts to provide more information regarding the investigation with respect to the horrific assassination of Mr. Kirk. And so, in that same vein, I'm hoping you can provide this committee and my constituents in Colorado with some clarity.
Absolutely.
I think, as my colleagues know, in Evergreen, Colorado, Jefferson County, a county that I proudly represent, at Evergreen High School, a shooter ultimately injured 2 students. Were praying for their swift recovery. There's an article here from Colorado Public Radio. The title is, quote, FBI was already investigating an account that may have been linked to the Evergreen shooter. You're familiar with the circumstances generally, Director, regarding this terrible tragedy.
Yes.
So my understanding from the public reporting is that an organization reported to the FBI in July of this year regarding, just reading here from the article, the FBI opened an assessment into a social media account user whose identity was unknown and who was discussing the planning of a mass shooting with threats nonspecific in nature. This is the FBI's statement to the press. And that the FBI continued to work this assessment investigation to identify the name and location of the user up until September 10th, 2025, which was the day of the tragedy. Can you provide us some clarity on what were the impediments to finding, the account user, and maybe describe in greater detail the FBI's work in that regard?
Generally speaking, yes, because I know even though the shooter's deceased, the investigation we're not done.
Sure.
And so the impediments to finding these individuals, and you highlight a great point. We had 2 huge tragedies in the span of days in this country. The school shooting in Evergreen, Colorado being one of them. And proactively going out onto these social media platforms, which are so large, is our biggest impediment. And we need to rely on the service providers.
Hold on.
There's actual
Is
legislation.
he
I can't remember.
Comparing a mass shooting to Charlie Kirk? Is that what he just did? Did he just say Charlie Kirk was like a massive event for the country? It was one dude. People die by gun violence in America literally every fucking day, and they don't give a fuck. But that's incredible. That's so fucking funny.
The name of it.
That there's a pattern, and that ultimately, we want to make sure that law enforcement is able to prevent this kind of tragedy from happening in the future. I have a question. It's not meant as a gotcha question, so it just frame it there. But it is in regards to some reporting around periodic.
You're too nice, dog. I'm just saying, this guy, he's too nice. He is giving the middle of the road. I can be a reasonable. I'm assuming he's a Democrat with how nice he's being. But just this aw shucks, I'm not trying to do a gotcha on it. It's like, You need to put the fucking screws to these people. Have you not been briefed on what the Epstein files are? Are you kidding me? He is supposed to be in the hot seat. His ass should be on fire.
Transaction between $15,000 to $50,000 in a national coffee house chain and between $50,000 to $100,000 in a semiconductor company on May 9th and May 12th. Are those transactions that you're doing personally, or are these through a stockbroker, or are these transactions that you're handling yourself?
So how they happen is I submit proposals under DOJ guidance to say, hey, I would like to trade this or that, and they run their review, and the FBI runs a review, and then they come back and say yes or no, and then I make the transaction.
Is there a reason that you decided to make the purchases into those two companies?
Generally speaking, before I got this job, I was, trading stocks, but not a lot, like most people, and I just follow certain industries, and I thought they would be a good investment.
So
my God, dude.
The reason why I ask, right, because you had divested in other companies, and I presume that wasn't because there were actual conflicts. It's just that you wanted to avoid an appearance of impropriety.
It was both.
Both, but not all of the companies were conflicts.
Whatever they make
divested from.
I don't make the call; they make the call.
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess my point would be, the reason why I ask is, why I said it's not a gotcha question. I have for years led an effort here in Congress to try to ban members of Congress.
How is he
senior
allowed to
executive
trade it
officials
all in his
from trading
position?
stocks.
All of them
And
are.
It's bipartisan
All of
in
them do.
nature. We're working really hard to get that done. Republicans,
Like
and
people
Democrats.
have been doing this for
And
years. People were
you can
shitting on
understand, I
Nancy
think,
Pelosi for
given your
doing it
role,
way
given
back
the
during
nature
COVID
of the
times.
position that you hold as
Because
the
guess
leader of
what?
the largest
The
law
people
enforcement
who
agency in
have the
country,
inside track
that
from all the
divesting
lobbyists
entirely, not
who they protect
doing day
on
trading
both
now,
sides,
I think would be something that would be in
they
the
know
interest of
when
American
somebody's
people.
going
So I
to
just
sell
hope you
a
consider
lot.
that
They get
and
all the tips.
moving
They're like, yeah,
forward,
no, sell this
that
off. You
perhaps not purchasing
make a mint. No, now's the time you should
stocks in
invest in
individual
this.
companies,
Like
I
these
would
are the
think
people
would be
they're
something that
palling
would be,
around
worth pursuing.
with people like Elon Musk
time is
who
up.
I'm happy to
legitimately
give the witness
will
an
just
opportunity to
pull
go.
strings. Like this is one of the massive parts that nobody is really seeming to talk about, is how widespread and deep this corruption goes. It's not just Trump that is dipping their hand into the pot here. It's all of these motherfuckers on all sides. They have been so emboldened by the freedom that we've given them that now all of these things that were once meant to be oversight, because everybody is able to have a little piece of the pie, that oversight has turned to, I'll look this way. We'll sweep that under the rug. Fucking unbelievable.
Bureaucracy, not because I said so, but because we found the FISA documents, because we found the 302s and the 1023s, then it becomes a political football. My job is to continue to put out that information and let the American public read it for themselves when I'm lawfully able to do so. And that's been my commitment on any subject, Russiagate or otherwise. Wherever the law allows me to do it, I will do it.
You know, when I first came in 2020, the number one concern as I was doing town halls was the weaponization of the government against the American citizen. And so are there things that you're doing, structural reforms that implementing so that the FBI cannot be weaponized again, whether it's against President Trump or future elected presidents?
Well, it shouldn't be weaponized against anyone. And the structural reform is simple. If you're going to go after a political individual or someone seeking political...
It shouldn't be weaponized against anyone. They say, less than a week after arresting Don Lemon and a bunch of other protesters for going into a church because they wanted to say that was an assault on free speech, an assault on religion and Christians and all that shit. But okay.
Office, there has to be playing umpire and referee amongst these decision makers when there was no factual or legal basis to continue those investigations. So I shut them down.
Yeah, I think the crackling was...
I think that's so desperately needed because we need to restore trust in law enforcement.
Ezra, I'll try and do that.
In the DOJ and the FBI so that the American people don't fear the very government that's supposed to protect them. And so thank you for doing that. On August 11th, you released to the committee documents concerning leak investigations that began in 2017. Do you believe these leaks were accidental or were they intentional in order to influence public opinion against President Trump?
When I can publicly make a final decision on that, either through a recommendation of charging that the DOJ makes or findings that I have, I'm able to do so, but they're still not complete.
Why did the FBI under Director Comey want to undermine the Trump administration?
I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Think it might have been political? How will Director Comey be held accountable for his leaks and classified information?
Oh my God, dude.
Concerning the Russian collusion hoax?
Well, anyone. Doesn't matter.
These Republican motherfuckers are going to hell. Sorry. The idea that you're being called to testify about the Epstein files and these motherfuckers are using it as to throw red meat to their base so they can all get on each other's fucking podcasts, so they can all shill tacky gold and mercurial silver, colloidal silver. Mercurial silver. I don't know where that came from. They can all, sign each other's fucking books and invest in each other's firms and AI projects and all. Like, I can't fucking believe the lack of soul these motherfuckers have.
What you did before with the NSA, CIA, FBI, and ODNI, and put together a collection of information on how the information sort of surrounding Russiagate came together. So he represented the FBI in that.
As former director of CIA, John Brennan, he's denied that the Steele dossier was used in creating the ICA. Is that true?
Well, without commenting on him, the FISA has been released, and the dossier was in the FISA. It was in 4 FISAs. So I'll let the public decide.
Well, former Director Brennan actually denied repeatedly that he pushed for the Steele dossier to be included in the ICA. Is that true?
Denied. I'll let his testimony speak for itself, but then Deputy Director Andy McCabe also testified to the House Intelligence Committee, which has now been declassified, that were there no Steele dossier, there would have been no FISA.
Well, my time's getting close, but let me tell you this, sir, and my colleague from Texas said, thank you for the job you're doing. You're making the American people safe. You're restoring trust in these agencies that so many of us had lost trust in. So thank you for the work you're doing. That thin blue line, you're doing a fine job, and we want to let you know.
You're doing a fine job in upholding the cabal of sacrilegious ball-worshipping pedophiles that I myself am a proud member of. I, as Mr. Moore from wherever the fuck backwoods my hick-ass inbred crackerness came from. I can't fucking believe these people. The sycophancy, just lying to your fucking face. It's not surprising how conservatives seem to be more predisposed to just believing or buying into the hype around AI. It's because they are so used to, they are conditioned to just have lies presented and they accept it as reality. God.
No, we appreciate it. Thank you. God bless.
We appreciate it. The fuck we do.
Lady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director, for coming here today. And actually, thank you for your response to my colleague from New York. Oh, that's fine.
You can give me a reminder. I've got a lot in front of me.
It was national news. Robert Bowers murdered 11 Jewish worshipers in Pittsburgh in 2018.
I do remember that.
And it was the deadliest anti-Semitic attack. So do you admit that happened?
All right, so
I'm not saying the other thing didn't happen. I'm just asking for a little information.
Patrick Cruces, who posted a manifesto about a Hispanic invasion, walked into a Walmart in El Paso, Texas in 2019 and began firing. He murdered 23 people that day, and the youngest was 15. Do you admit or deny that happened?
I'll take your presentation as accurate.
All right, well, I have to say all of these cases have been adjudicated. As I said, they are not gotcha questions. These incidents were national news. And as director of the FBI, you have access to all of this information.
As director of the FBI, you should know it all by heart.
Peyton Grendon walked into a supermarket in a black neighborhood in Buffalo, New York, and started shooting. He murdered 10 people that day. Jesus. And on September 10th, your friend Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Tyler Robinson has been taken into custody.
I would assume she's probably a Zionist. I feel like most Capitol Hill Dems at this point, unless they are speaking out actively, I kind of just assume all of these people are Zionists.
Charged, but also on that day, Desmond Holloway.
Do these interrogations ever lead to anything? I mean, stuff like this is meant to be like, this is the House Oversight Committee type shit. So technically, yeah, it should lead to at least a greater awareness of how these people currently, it should lead to a greater awareness of how these people are actively covering up like everything to do with Epstein.
Last decade. Do you admit or deny, A, that he said this?
I'll let the record reflect that. Whatever he said was what he said.
All right, and do you agree?
That there is racially motivated crimes being committed in America, yes.
Yes, especially white supremacists, which is the biggest chunk of our domestic terrorism. I'm glad that you said this. So last week, President Trump was asked if there were extremists on both the left and the right. He was actually asked this by Fox and Friends, and his exact words were, "I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. The radicals on the left are the problem, and they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy." Do you agree with the president?
I don't speak for the president. The president speaks for himself.
Do you agree with the president?
I don't. On what matter?
Do you have
the question that I just asked? Do you agree with his statement about the radical left?
That there's ideology that's driving violence on both sides?
Oh
yes,
my God,
that's what he
dude.
acknowledged.
No, he didn't. He didn't. But I'm glad that you're saying that and actually creating some separation between you and the president. And I'm glad that you
That's literally
are
not what happened. He said
acknowledging
both.
that there is violent extremism on both sides. What's interesting is that the research arm of the Department of Justice, the National Institute of Justice, do you know what that is?
I'm familiar with them.
Okay, great. It is the research arm of the Department of Justice, and it published an article in 2024 devoted to domestic radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism. I have it. It's interesting that it's no longer on the website. It has been scrubbed, but I ask these questions because what makes a strong, qualified director of any business, of any household, of the FBI, what makes a reputable prosecutor is not lapdog loyalty, but a commitment to the creed that evidence is agnostic.
No, exactly. Like Tyler
will...
Manor, the problem for me is that he is playing, like, it's frustrating to watch somebody who is legitimately stupid additionally play stupid. Because I genuinely don't know how much he would be able to understand if he was paying attention, but he doesn't take any of this shit seriously, which is why he's not paying attention.
Lead you to making the right decisions. And your job, no one's job is to like the data or the evidence. It is to collect it. That is how you gain trust. And Mr. Chair, I would like to enter into the record, if I may. White supremacist group stands by racist ideology with unanimous consent.
Without objection.
Dylan Roof, the radicalization of the alt-right and ritualized racial violence.
Without objection.
Thank you. Another article, how Robert Bowers went from conservative to white nationalist. I'd like to enter that into the record with me.
Without objection.
Patrick Cruces believed he was fulfilling Trump's wishes in El Paso attack, his attorneys said. I'd like to enter into the record.
Without objection.
Buffalo.
Shog Kusha, I don't understand what the point of trying to hammer these people with facts and shame them is. I mean, it is stuff like this that literally changes broad public sentiment. Like, without this level of, even this bare minimum level of transparency, to see how inept these people are, without catching them in these traps over and over and over and over and over again, Trump's approval rating would not be where it is. Have a good one, Messick. It is less about, like, this one thing is not going to make a difference. You are probably right. But together, compiled with all of these other embarrassing stories, embarrassing reports from inside the FBI, we've looked at several of them. It draws a line for people to follow, to understand just how craven and deplorable and empty and vapid and stupid and unqualified and any other descriptor you can think of, how many of those things apply to these people. I just find it hard to believe that anyone can pretend Republicans aren't evil at this point. Republicans.
Hello, Shu Muscat, the Democrat delegate to Congress from the Virgin Islands. So perhaps for those on the other side who are interested in talking to Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys, they could sure visit with one of their own colleagues. I want to focus on something that I think is very important that has not been addressed enough today, and that is related to the consequences of the Biden open border.
Oh my God.
One consequence of the Biden border crisis is the impact that it continues to have on our tribal communities, with the cartels taking advantage of our open borders, the Mexican drug cartels, by infiltrating our reservations.
Bold for them to basically go, hey, you know those Epstein files? Well, there's some Democrats in there. So Democrats are owned. Anyway, 2 years into Trump's second presidency, I'm still going to call it the Biden border crisis. And then we're going to act like we give a fuck about tribal or indigenous communities. Dadboy VLC, what happened to those 6 First Nation people who got disappeared by ICE? Still disappeared, last I heard.
And bringing violence, drugs, murder, trafficking, and more. Last year when I questioned
Again, you cannot, at this point, we have seen too many of the fucking files. You cannot, at this point, go up on stage and say, yeah, this Epstein hoax thing, anyway, talk to the Dems about that. But what I'm really here to talk about, seriously, as though I didn't just shuffle that under the rug, is trafficking and murder. Like, you're not serious, because all the actions that led up to you bringing that up were just you saying, I don't care about this trafficking and murder. Here's this trafficking and murder I can try and make politically expedient and am probably actually completely making up.
And it is an absolute priority to protect them and their children just as it is anyone else.
So I think it's fair to say that what Mary Garland testified to, that the FBI and DOJ did not have the resources to address that. I think that was an absolutely false statement. Would you agree with me?
It's a decision by him not to do so. That's not my decision.
At the end of August, the U.S. Attorney...
What do you do? What is your decision? What is your job, dude? Like, every time I see this motherfucker, it is all just passing the buck. Did we watch the American Halftime Show? Yes. Let me
FBI
go,
announced
we meant
that
to go.
nearly 100 personnel representing members of the Safe Trails Task Force operated near Wyoming's Wind River Reservation to assist with reducing drug trafficking and illegal guns. Director Patel, you have routinely stated that it is your mission to partner with and strengthen local and state law enforcement partners. How does the task force and other FBI efforts bring tribal law enforcement into this process?
The major problem with tribal lands is the sheer tyranny of geography and the amount of coverage that they have on land versus the personnel they have to do it. So what we've done is constantly surge
the
resources
tyranny of
to tribal lands
geography
across this country on a 30, 60, 90-day rotating basis, reporting back to us saying who needs more. And what we found is
ladies and
that
gentlemen,
most of these lands
welcome
can
to
be
the turning
assisted
point.
by our counter-UAS program,
we'll
our
get to
drone
that in a second.
capabilities, and we're going to do it because what's happening is the Mexican drug cartels are literally flying overhead, dropping their cargo, their narcotics onto this land where no one's looking, and then it's being disseminated to children, to youth, to adults on that land, and killing them. And we got to stop it before it gets dropped off.
Well, and your testimony proves that the Biden administration did not lack the resources to address drug and violent crime in tribal communities or around the United States. It instead expended and wasted these resources investigating parents, Catholics, we now find out Turning Point USA, the RNC, and Republican organizations, rather than protecting our...
Again, bold to be like, yes, the Biden administration wasted all of this money investigating these conservatives. Right after the person speaking before her was like, can we enter into the record this giant stack of papers I have showing all the links between conservatism and terrorist murderers? All these people who were conservatives, who listened to people like Charlie Kirk, who listened to people like Dan Bongino and Ben Shapiro and all these other assholes who then went and shot up black neighborhoods or Jewish schools or, you know, where the fuck ever. And then they're like, yes, why would the FBI be investigating that? Who's to say? Who's to say? Why?
Hundreds of rounds and killing a police officer.
Jesus.
Arsonist set fire to the Pennsylvania governor, Josh Shapiro's residence with the governor and his family actually inside. Minnesota House Speaker Melissa Hortman and her husband were assassinated earlier this year.
Oh, thank you,
Mark
MBTNC.
and Charlie
I
Kirk
don't-
was murdered last week.
I don't know who Caleb Hammer is, but I do not like the name. I think it's a bad name.
Bomb threats have been made against HBCUs and the DNC, and just the
All right,
list
I'm
goes
going
on and on.
to give Miss
I
some
only
food
have
because she's
just a few
screaming at me.
minutes today, so I don't want to take a lot of time to go into all the countless and devastating violent crimes and incidents that have happened at our schools or on our streets and in our communities that have just been happening all year long. Mr. Patel, just yes or no, is this type of political violence ever acceptable in your eyes?
No.
I'm glad that we agree that these heinous acts designed to instill fear and division in our nation are never.
Next
ever
question
acceptable.
about Minneapolis.
And each of these incidents has recently taken place under your watch. The FBI's website states that protecting the United States from terrorist acts is the FBI's #1 priority, including from domestic terrorists. Is this still your #1 priority?
Domestic terrorism?
Preventing domestic terrorism.
Our #1 priorities are protecting the homeland and international terrorism and crushing violent crime, and domestic terrorism sort of interlays between both of those.
Okay, so, well, then I'm glad that you're giving us the right answer, but unfortunately, your actions kind of tell a different story.
Oh!
Earlier this year, you granted the ranks of the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Operations Section. This is the section of the FBI that is most directly responsible for addressing political violence in our country by preventing attacks from occurring and effectively responding to them if they do. The agents in this section are the ones who stopped an individual stockpiling weapons, who planned to attack schools and churches in Florida and seized bombs made by an ISIS sympathizer in New Orleans. And instead of ensuring that this section has all the resources that it needs at a time when its mission is critical, you fired its decorated veteran FBI agents who have served their country proudly under Republican and both Democratic presidents, and you scrapped the tools that they developed to fight domestic terrorism, including the National Domestic Terrorism Incident Database.
I mean, most of that is just not true. We have 1,700 current DT managed programs. We're up 300% in the amount of cases we brought against nihilistic, violent extremists, including 764, wishing to harm our children. The FBI and the men and women are getting after that problem set more than ever because I've unleashed them to do so. And any situation that these tragic occurrences across the country are somehow singularly my fault or disgusting because
Oh
that
my God,
worship
dude.
goes
Mr.
down to the
Patel,
men
I'm
and
going to
women at the
reclaim my time.
FBI,
Mr. Patel,
and
I'm
they
going
are
to
not
reclaim my time.
responsible for.
Bitch, shut up. Oh my God. Irish DC, thank you for 100 bits. Patel being the bitch. If I recall, in Trump's first term, he defunded a number of federal programs focused on, yes, de-radicalizing far-right extremists. One was also involved with de-radicalizing Islamic extremism because it was also dealing with right-wing extremism too. The amount of shit that, like, at this point, I need to be more stringent about it, but if you say he defunded something, I'm going to be like, yeah, because that's what they've done. Like, it's all the boring shit that is going to have massive impacts, already is, where it is the stuff that doesn't get televised because a lot of people don't really know how to parse it or don't know how it will affect them, or you can't really make the argument that it will affect people directly. But the amount of stuff that Trump has defunded, taken away protections on, cut red tape, all in the name of this stupid old conservative libertarian definition of like, we got to cut as much red tape as possible. It doesn't matter that some of the red tape is there for a fucking reason. Anyway, yeah, let's hear him talk about Antifa.
I'm happy to work with you to get them what they need.
Gentlelady controls the time. Unanimous consent request. She'll state a request.
Thank you very much. Into the record, an article from Reuters titled FBI Scales Back Staffing, Tracking of Domestic Terrorism, Probes Sources Say. Thank you very much.
Damn.
Without objection.
I appreciate that.
Oh,
so, Mr.
get
Patel,
erect. Thank you
and
very
it
much for
isn't just the
gifting one
domestic terrorism
membership
operations section.
to Green Day
less
BMT.
safe under your watch. You have gutted the FBI's ability to keep safe from domestic terrorism. You have sent FBI agents to conduct traffic stops and round up hardworking immigrants who pose no danger to public safety. People, even President Trump,
And
referred
NB,
to
thank
as
you for
good,
gifting one to
long-time
Boring
workers.
CH.
Your job is to protect and serve the American public.
Time to the
You have
gentlelady.
spent your time protecting
And
heinous
thank you for becoming
individuals
a member,
using
Get
the FBI to serve as a political circus. You at times have appeared unequipped.
Time
and
of the
this country
gentlelady has
deserves better, and
expired.
I yield.
Gentlelady yields
May
back.
I respond?
Sure can.
Sure can.
Simply put,
What
is it?
Dog, you don't have any other way to put things. He's like, simply put, you literally cannot put things any other way, dude.
Are we failing?
Yes.
If we're failing, how are we arresting 23,000 violent felons? Twice as many as this time last year. Are we failing? Because if we're failing, how are we seizing 1,500 kilograms of meth, 25% increase from last year? Are we failing? Because we captured 4 top 10 FBI most wanted from around the world in 7 months. That's more than the entirety of the last administration. Are we failing? Because we put 1,500 child predators in prison. Are we failing? Because we dismantled...
Yes, because none of that can either be believed or verified. Because of how much inept idiots like you are using this as cover to protect this rampantly corrupt administration. We literally cannot believe what you are saying. Because of how many times people like you have lied to everybody's fucking face. There is no trust in you as an organization. Does anybody feel safer? Do the streets look safer with government goons out there shooting civilians? Fuck off with this. We did this. We did this. Nobody noticed. That's the fucking problem. Yeah, you are doing a shit job. You have failed, continually failed to stop things from happening. Continually failed to properly investigate major events as they've happened under your watch. And at every one of these hearings, you've exhibited a complete lack of understanding of your own position and the role you are supposed to play. Instead, constantly passing the buck upwards. If you want to take all of these accolades and all of this attention for these victories, then you goddamn well better be able to take the rest of it on the chin too.
300 human trafficking networks. Which is it? You don't like me, that's fine. But don't you dare disparage the men and women of the FBI that are producing record...
Like you give a fuck. What, the men and women, the women you have to steal your small size vests from? Get erect. Thank you for $5. You're welcome. I haven't got your live stream a bit. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Thank you.
Results in
this hearing is live right now.
Protect this country. They are kicking ass for America, and they're going to continue to do so.
And we appreciate.
Oh, he felt so fucking cool saying that.
When I was home recently, I met with the agents leading the Tampa office. My Tampa division's Panama Express Strike Force specifically seized nearly 67,000 kilos of cocaine valued at more than $1.6 billion from illicit maritime vessels.
One of our best operations out of the Port of Tampa, and I was down there in South Florida when Panex did their work.
Director Patel, since October 7th, 2023 Hamas attack, the FBI has been a co-leader of the Joint Task Force October 7th. Isn't it correct that this task force is actively working to bring justice for victims and to prevent terrorist infiltration at our borders?
Yes, ma'am.
Since January 20th, hasn't the FBI arrested 59 foreign intelligence operatives for spying or smuggling dangerous material into the United States?
Yes, we have, and that's on track to be more than 25% than ever before.
And the FBI has also been leading operations against major cyber threat actors, including those from Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. Isn't that right?
A 17% increase from year to date last year.
Director Patel, the FBI's Child Exploitation Task Force is...
You kind of notice how so many of these seem fucking rehearsed. How she will say one thing and then he'll have the statistic ready. It is so fucking annoying to see these things turned into just factories of sycophancy, where all of these people just go, and isn't it true that Republicans have the biggest dick and that they're perfect and nobody hates them, unlike those blue-haired liberals? And Cash Patel goes, yes, and we've also done a great job of uncovering the Antifa network that killed Charlie Kirk, and we're going to start rounding people up. And then you have the Democrats come out and they're like, isn't it? I would like to enter into the record the documents and statistics and studies we've had for years that show all these people are lying scumbags covering up for oligarchs and now like vast pedophile network conspiracies. And then just nothing happens because of it. Except for people seeing how inept they are. I saw that there was a video someday. There was a video of a dude walking up to Peter Thiel, Just no security, just on the street, walked up and tried to get like a clip to farm. Like, man.
Investigate predators who target children online and across our communities. How significant is that threat today, and what results have you seen under your tenure in bringing these offenders to justice?
We have, under Operation Grayskull, dismantled
Intelligence investigations into China, Iran, and Russia across all 55 field offices. Why is it essential to maintain that scope of coverage, and what success can you point to in disrupting nation?
Oh no, Carnell, I'm fine. I did get enough donations, so I want to thank everybody who donated. I am good. I'm secure for now. Also, yes, Operation Grayskull is. I hate him so fucking much, dude. They're so fucking lame. Operation motherfucking Grayskull.
State actors.
Our biggest threats involving nation-state actors are the PRC, Russia, and China, and they are up 33%, 83%, and 60% respectively in arrests alone this year. Those nation-state actors wish to do harm in our infrastructure, our critical infrastructure system, our energy, our water supply, and also go after
all of the things that the administration is already doing rampant harm to. Like, what about the fucking measles outbreaks because of RFK's health guidelines? What about the fucking schools in Flint that still have lead in the pipes? What about all of the environmental regulations being stripped back so companies can continue destroying and pillaging the resources of our national parks and forests, causing chemical runoff into uncountable, predominantly people of color communities? You don't give a fuck about those. Why are you acting like you do here?
Target individuals and senior citizens and take their money through online pig butchering schemes, which we've exposed in Cambodia by way of the CCP. This is groundbreaking work that the American public should be seeing that their FBI is doing, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to report on it.
Thank you, Director Patel. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from...
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple.
Unanimous consent?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. In response to Mr. Mattel's making the remarks that that maybe our colleagues are disparaging the men and women of the FBI, I'd like to enter the record 3 unanimous consent requests. One is entitled FBI is using polygraphs to test officials' loyalty. The second is...
That's fucking crazy. By the way, there is literally no proof that polygraph tests work. Most other countries do not use them because they are famously unpredictable and actually pretty easy to fake. It is wild that this dipshit would get into power and be like, yeah, we need to have polygraph tests.
Man. Of the reason why Charlie was killed. He pledged to go after organizations on the left. But Director Patel, it was just 3 months ago that Melissa Hortman, the Minnesota House Speaker, and her husband Mark were shot to death in their home in the middle of the night by a self-identified right-wing extremist and Trump supporter. When that assassination happened, the FBI released a written statement denouncing the killings and pledging to hold the killer accountable. And I thank the Bureau for that. It was clear, concise, to the point.
Wow,
but when you compare that statement to the over 50 mentions
first woman
of the
and
Charlie
openly
Kirk
LGBTQ
killing,
person in Vermont, or in Congress,
on accounts affiliated with the FBI and your personal account,
it
appears to many Americans that you're valuing some lives more than others, and that's painful. And this is what I'm hearing from my constituents, so I just want to convey that to you. And the Vice President didn't even call on right-wing organizations to tone down their rhetoric after that horrific killing in Minnesota. And he never once spoke about dismantling conservative institutions. This week, when the president was asked by a reporter about Speaker Hortman, he claimed he didn't even know who she was. One of the most high-profile assassinations of an elected official in recent memory, and the president claims to know nothing about it, hasn't even heard of it. It was absolutely devastating for her colleagues and for her family. And I think we all can agree in this room that we have to stop this political violence. So my first question to you is, Director Patel, what is your plan as director of the FBI to turn down the temperature, especially in light of the fact that it seems like members of the administration are reacting to political violence based on party affiliation? What's your plan?
I can only speak for myself and the
Of course.
FBI. And what we are doing is, I think I mentioned earlier, we're following the money, because whatever attack you are describing, and they are all despicable, equally so.
Bullshit.
People need money to operate. People need money to conduct these attacks.
No, they fucking don't. Like, what are you talking about? People need money? Like, this is the obviously highly organized Antifa operation we're seeing from the globalists. This is top down from George Soros. It's all in the CIA files, folks. Sometimes I feel like when I go too far into Alex Jones, I just end up doing Beetlejuice. Like, you just gotta check the files, folks. Like, you just need a car and a gun. Guns, famously super easy to just go and get in this fucking country and travel interstate. Like, the idea that's like, oh, there has to be something deeper here. It's like, no, there doesn't. It is both a consequence. No, it's entirely a consequence of dipshits like you ransacking and overrunning the federal government. Oh, God.
Conduct these
That whoever they are, whatever their political affiliation, that the response is going to be the same. And it is going to be done with the same diligence. And I'm wondering if you will commit to me right now that you will be a voice right now standing up to those voices in the administration that are adding to the violent rhetoric right now.
They will not.
That's what I'm asking you. Will you commit to this?
He's going to say that they do their own things.
My voice will be through the investigations that the FBI conducts, and we will conduct them all lawfully and equally.
Can we expect in the future that your tweets in related to one killing will be the same level of concern?
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Director Patel, thank you for being here today, and most importantly, thank you for restoring trust and faith in the FBI, which has been severely eroded under the Biden administration. Thank you for your service and your continued service in this capacity. On April 7th, 2025, Charlie posted on X, "Assassination culture is spreading from the left. 48% of liberals say it would be at least somewhat justified to murder Elon Musk. 55% say the same about Donald Trump."
Those ain't liberals. Those ain't liberals. Those are comrades. Those are patriots. Sorry. That's not. No liberal is going, that's justifiable. But anybody who cares about, like, just human decency would. Sorry, fuck the boar. I don't give a shit. Never met a nice South African.
In California, activists are naming ballot measures after Luigi Mangione. The left is being whipped into a
sorry, an innocent man? God forbid. Oh, the horror. I thought we believed in justice in this country.
Violent frenzy and setback. Whether losing an election or losing a court case justifies a maximally violent response, end quote. And unfortunately for Charlie, that reaction also came when they couldn't win a debate on a college campus. You cannot be intellectually honest and say that this problem is on both sides. It's not just...
You literally can. They presented the evidence of it. Like the factual, actual, undeniable, long-standing, well-studied evidence. Evidence that's been cut back on by people like Kash Patel, directly trying to present this as some kind of actual narrative. Like, yeah, buddy, kind of missing January 6th and all that. But no, it was Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk because the left lost a fucking debate on a college campus? What the fuck are you talking about? I can't... The video that's live right now is from September. I was kind of wondering if that was the case, because I saw people God, like nobody is actually streaming it. That's so fucking annoying. All right, we'll watch this really quick. Pam Bondi. Like, are all these just retweeting and pretending to be live then? Or re-uploading and pretending to be live? Because when one of the representatives said earlier, this must have been one of the things about Charlie Kirk. Because when one of the representatives said earlier, like our president recently just said, I was like, wait, hang on, that was a little while ago. Might have to refresh it. I don't think so. I think it's going to be the same. New Epstein files.
Your time in your service.
Nope, same.
In your experience in the FBI, have you noticed a...
God, that fucking sucks, dude. Let's go. Here we go. I do want to watch this.
The Republican chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer, has emerged from that hearing and informed all of us that Ghislane Maxwell has decided to take the Fifth Amendment and refuse to answer any questions. Listen to what he's saying.
Ready? As expected, Ghislane Maxwell took the Fifth and refused to answer any questions. This obviously is very disappointing. We had many questions to ask about the crimes she and Epstein committed, as well as questions about potential co-conspirators. We sincerely want to get to the truth for the American people and justice for the survivors. That's what this investigation is about.
Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. That's what this is about. Why did he shoot down the Clintons for wanting to come forward and give their testimony live? If it's about getting justice for the survivors and all this bullshit. I mean, that's not bullshit. What he's spinning is bullshit.
I want to mention the next steps. We can confirm we have 5 more depositions in the book scheduled for the Epstein investigation. On February 18th, Lex Wexner, who is a financial client of Epstein and I believe the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. February 26th, we have former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. February 27th, former President Bill Clinton. March 11th, Richard Kahn, Epstein's accountant. And March 19th, Darren Endike, Epstein's lawyer. So
no, they need to put Alan Dershowitz on there. They need to do, why won't they do the Clintons? Like, there are so many more people. Fucking put Steve Bannon on there. How are these motherfuckers not more in the spotlight? Somebody said, how stupid is it as a country that we can tell a convicted pedophile sex trafficker to answer questions and they go no and we go darn? I mean, this is one of those times where the only way to coerce that would be torture. And no matter what you think of what Ghislane Maxwell deserves, which I absolutely probably agree, you also cannot trust any testimony gotten from coercion. Like you just can't. This is something we've learned through a lot of trial and error since the beginning of time. Like, it is not a reliable testimony. So literally the only thing we can keep holding over our head is more prison.
We will continue to move forward and try to get answers for the American people.
Do you think that Britain's royal family has questions to answer to your committee?
Well, we would love to hear, from anyone. Obviously, I can't subpoena in foreign countries, or I would have done that in the Biden investigation. But do you have anything to add, Andy?
I'll just add one thing that the attorney for Ms. Maxwell said that she has no indication and would say that neither Presidents Trump or Clinton are culpable for any wrongdoing. And that's one thing they said in his opening statement to us today.
But was Ghislane Maxwell put under pressure to stay silent?
What's that?
Was Ghislane Maxwell put under pressure to stay silent today?
Well, I have no idea.
Is that your suspicion?
How would I have no idea. I mean, she was given an opportunity. We would have brought her in months ago, but she's indicated she was going to plead the Fifth. And unfortunately, she had an opportunity today to answer questions that every American has, questions that would be very important in this investigation, and she chose to invoke her Fifth Amendment rights.
Clarify what her lawyer said about President Trump and Clinton, and do you think that there's anything more to do with Ghislaine Maxwell now that she pled the fifth?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Just to be clear, what her attorney said, Maxwell didn't say. Her attorney said.
Nathan Yu, 1989, so the U.S. opposes torture now. I mean, officially we do. You know, for whatever good that does, because yes, we do torture people. Like the police torture people all the fucking time. ICE is torturing people right now. Like the idea that like, but yeah.
Said that she would answer questions if she were granted clemency by the president,
Trump,
and that she went on to say about Clinton and
but he went on to expand that. The other thing is he pointed out a number of times that she has a habeas corpus petition pending for a new trial and release, and that's why she is not going to answer questions.
I know that those conversations are ongoing. They would like them to be public. Is your understanding still that we're looking at those same February dates and they're going to be private?
Yeah, that's what they agreed to, and they will be public, just like this will be public hopefully very soon. We've released every transcript and every video and audio of every deposition we've done since I've been chairman of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, does the committee have any plans to subpoena Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick given the revelations?
We're going to try to get these 5 nailed down. We've got a lot of very important people we're trying to bring in to answer questions. We don't want to do anything to jeopardize the 5 that we have on the book. So we'll see what happens here, and we'll move forward. We're interested in talking to anyone that might have any information that would help us get justice for the survivors. Yes.
Thank you. On the disagreement with the Clintons about closed-door videotape testimony versus public hearing, are you concerned that this will be enough to restart contempt proceedings, or do you think you'll come to a resolution?
I mean, they said they agreed to a standard deposition. That's what a standard deposition is. Every time I've come out here for a press gaggle with you all, we've had a standard deposition. So this is how depositions work, and it will be made public. So they want a public deposition. This is what they're going to get.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask you about Ilhan Omar for a moment? Mr. Chairman, your investigation.
Chad.
Your investigation about Ilhan Omar. Why are you targeting her when there is a Ilhan Omar? Your committee investigation with Ilhan Omar, when there is a process in the House, if people have questions about their conduct, this would go through the Ethics Committee. Why is this under
and I've spoken, I'm glad you asked that question. I've spoken with the Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee has jurisdiction over members of Congress. The 2 businesses in question are owned by Ms. Omar's husband.
So they're basically saying, like, why are you not doing the proper way if you want to investigate this? And their excuse is, well, actually, is that we're investigating her husband technically. Fuck off.
So the Ethics Committee does not have jurisdiction.
Alrighty, chat. Let us go check this out. So this is from New York Times today. Ghislaine Maxwell. So here's the problem. The longtime companion of Jeffrey Epstein, blah, 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 Representative Jamie Raskin, said that Maxwell, who appeared virtually from a prison in Texas, invoked her Fifth Amendment against self-incrimination. Now, here's the part that everybody's going to be talking about, because this is the most on the nose, absolutely blistering indictment of both Trump and Maxwell in what should be in the court of public opinion. Quote, "It was very disappointing," Mr. Comer said. He also said that Mr. Maxwell's lawyer, David Oscar Marcus, told lawmakers in his opening statement that Miss Maxwell, quote, would answer questions if she were granted clemency by President Trump. She is campaigning over and over again to get that pardon from President Trump, and this president has not ruled it out. And so that is why she's continuing to not cooperate. Ms. Maxwell is prepared to speak fully and honestly if granted clemency. Do you think for a fucking moment that's true? Do you think, I want you to think back of everything this administration has already lied about. People like Kash Patel, who said, yeah, no, we have no verification and nothing that would hint at abuse trafficking networks and children being murdered in the Epstein files. Fast forward to now. What do we see all over the fucking Epstein files? Let's go back to Pam Bondi, who would be like, yeah, no, this is all there is on the Epstein files. I have them on my desk right now. Remember that shit? And then they took so much longer than they needed to actually release them, knowing full well the shit that would hit the fan when they did. And so after all this lying they've done, do you trust the person whose life is on the line to tell the truth about her being a dishonest predator, a pedophile, a rapist, a very likely accessory, if not actual murderer, among countless, innumerable other crimes? Who also happens to be the person who can tie Trump directly or tie somebody else directly to everything. That would put the perfect bow on top that they fucking need. Nano5919, Rich Bad at Game, and Afghanistan. Thank you for following. I want to additionally piggyback onto what we were saying about Kash Patel. Newly released Epstein docs reveal FBI agent purposely removed hard drive from jail video recording system, intentionally erasing all prison footage during the time of Epstein's death. This is from 2021. On March 12th, this is from the justice.gov website. Started working for the Bureau of Prisons 2003. 2016 was put in charge of all the cameras at Metropolitan Correctional Center. The camera system was over 20 years old. Sometimes the screen would be active, indicating the camera was working. However, the video would not be recording. Blank advised that only one hard drive of the camera systems was working at the time of the incident. When a DVR went bad, none of the cameras recorded. There was a system failure of DVR2, and the motherboard failed on DVR2 on August 8th, 2019. The hard drive failure occurred on August 10th, 2019. Blank recalled there was a body alarm around 6 a.m. Stated he was one of the personnel who briefly tried to resuscitate Jeffrey Epstein. After the incident, Blank was asked about the cameras. There were 2 new hard drives to install, but installing the new hard drives would mean that all prior data would be lost. The warden wanted video, and so Blank was told to start working on the system. Blank started removing the bad drives in order to rebuild the DVR. Blank advised that an FBI agent was the one who pulled out the DVR. Blank also advised that he knew that by replacing both hard drives, the system would be wiped, and that he had advised personnel at MCC of that. So the reason they don't have the footage is because somebody from the FBI who was advised that it would be removed it. That would clear the system. That is one of the many things in the Epstein files. This is from the government data sets. Unfucking believable. Man Bear, Buddy Butters, I'm white, but I have a family that looks like Patel. I'm wondering if the reason he took the job, he doesn't know how to do is so he won't be rounded up like everyone else. No, there's actually a lot of conservatism in particularly Indian and like that kind of Southeast Asian community. of immigrants. Part of it is, I believe, more conservative attitudes from just that culture, particularly among people who would be financially able to move to America, people who would be business owners that would invest in American business, that would bring their kids over. Like, there's a lot of, patriarchal conservatism that's just kind of endemic to that culture. It's this fascinating thing because you see it in so many people now. Like, as this has progressed through a couple generations, like you have Vivek Ramaswamy, you have Dinesh D'Souza, you have Kash Patel, and they don't understand how vilified, among the races that they essentially serve, how vilified Indian people are. Like, it's bizarre to me. So I do want to talk about, of course, now that we've gotten that, we're gonna dip in and out of the harsher stuff today. Now we got that all talked about. Let's talk about the Turning Point USA halftime show, everybody. That's right, you know it. You loved it. It was just, such a massive, massive success. So successful. This is unverified, but I'd like to believe it's true. I'm choosing to incorporate it into this reality of mine, where apparently it was taped just this past week at one of the new production stages at Trillith Live with about 200 paid extras. They kept it super hush-hush, and even those of us working on the live music venue in the building didn't know until Friday. There was a claim about them view botting. Oh, no, I definitely saw that. Yeah. I fucking saw that. Oh, I wouldn't expect Trump to watch this shit. So here, I think this is Jack Posobiec.
Point USA, all America.
Now, I wanted to talk about this a little bit because, like I said, I watched this together with a bunch of other queers, and it was actually a little funny because as we had the big Bad Bunny halftime show on in front of us, everybody also was checking this out on their phones and like it got into a little bit of a game where we were keeping tabs on how much the views were going up, because at its peak it was like showing 5.8 million, which some people have already talked about is a little sussy. Let's claim it was a little sussy. I'm fine saying that. The thing that struck me more was going between just this wonderful lush production. I ranted at the beginning of the stream about how amazing the production value was in the Bad Bunny halftime show. Just unbelievable. Just this lush, immersive, almost roller coaster-ish experience. That was at once an amazing cultural celebration that incorporated so many different, like, fucking video game brain is being like Easter eggs, but they aren't. They're cultural symbols and symbolism from all of South America, calling out to literally all the countries on both the continents, even including Haiti and Jamaica. Like, incredible work top to bottom. And so to go from that to some of the stuff we were about to see now, it was surreal. It was incredibly surreal. I said this a little bit earlier. Where on one screen you are watching, these cultural signifiers, these things that so many Latino, and not just Latino, but people of color of all kinds and classes recognize, that are outside the purview of like the mainstream white American idea of people dancing in celebration and embracing dance. Dance is such a massive part of Latin culture. And you go from this vibrant, beautiful, colorful celebration of history and people to this black void. Like, I'm gonna skip past this bullshit to really show like what we're looking at here, because it's fucking sad. And here's the thing. It starts with what I think people were like, this is going to be the banger to open up the show. It sucks. There's a truly heinous song. There was a song I could not stop my reaction to as I was listening to it. And it's just a bunch of like kind of C-tier country singers until Kid Rock towards the end, which is, you know, I don't even really know how to classify him. If it's a tech demo for a lighting company, it's not. I would not hire that lighting company.
American halftime show, and this one's for you, Charlie.
Oh, that was. All right, I'm gonna bump that down a little bit. The loudness has been all over the place, but we're gonna have to go back again. I didn't watch it from the beginning. They started a little bit early too, like they were still in commercials. They started a little bit early and ended too early because of it. So like, I'm sure people got to like the funniest happenstance would be somebody watched this shit and came back to and they were like actually seeing. I can only picture how many conservatives watch this Chop thing being like, this is my American halftime show, and then they come back and see Bad Bunny dancing with all these badass Latinas throwing ass at the camera, and like we're just mad that they had this chopped ass soundstage bullshit. Meanwhile, the rest of the country is rocking out over here. God, but no, you motherfuckers just can't handle your food being too spicy. Oh no. Was that a light or a snap and pop? So we're gonna go back to the beginning to watch this because that was good stuff. I hadn't seen that. All right, we're gonna go. They get right into it too. Like this was so last minute. All right, this one's for you, Charlie.
All-American halftime show, and this one's for you, Charlie.
Just the little, it's just this little, like they started off like All-American halftime show. Yo, bro, this one's for you, Charlie. Big ups to my boy, Charlie Kirk. And the firework that they have locked and loaded is just like, could you imagine? That's your fucking legacy, dog. Like, I know they spent all the firework budget on Erica's WrestleMania ass entrance for the TPUSA conference a couple months ago. They had more fucking pyrotechnics than a Kiss concert in 1972 or 77. Like, the idea. Look, that's your fucking firework, man. That's good shit. That's good shit, chat. Whew. Unforced errors give me so much life on a day-to-day basis. Oh. If you thought that was cringe, buckle up. By the way, people were trying to act like this is hard. I need you to understand. There are people who walk among us who look at something like this and go, yeah, that's right, I'm proud of my country. Oh, yeah, I believe this is Ted Nugent. Is it? No. Oh my God, that is so sad. Like just the one again, like these pyrotechnics just literally like leftover stock? Or did they get a bad batch? What the fuck is this? Like they don't put out pyro. You want that flame sound, you know? You want that, like the pyrotechnics they have going off here are in shows, in what I've seen, again, I was talking about metal shows and shit earlier, what I've seen, they are meant to accompany actual, because those are the ones that people go, oh shit, because that sound has a deeper, like when the flames go, and then you're meant to pop these out. These are not standalone pyrotechnics. This is rough. This is what it sounds like when you're in a fucking jam band. Like that's what this sounds like. This is jamming. Like this is just people being like, yeah, whatever, just fucking around, and maybe you join in on a song. This is your halftime show? I love guitar usually. That.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the All-American Halftime Show. Let's get to it. This is Real American.
God, look, chat. We're gonna have a moment here where I'm gonna speak from my heart. I'm gonna speak from my soul. Country. It has been long observed that country ain't what it used to be. We do not have outlaw country anymore. The days of Waylon Jennings, Chris Christopherson, the days of the Highwaymen, long gone and done. The days of Clint Black, even. George Strait, the greats of 80s and 90s country, long gone. Reba McEntire, Johnny Cash, nothing doing. Instead, country has congealed into this hyper-commercialized mass. And it's really been rolling this way since about 9/11, right? Where country became far more cemented as part of the jingoistic cultural project in America. Where now, when you turn on a country song, instead of it being these very humanistic, often narratives about heartbreak, about emotion. Like if you've ever listened to, and I entreat anybody to go listen to old Chris Christopherson. That was one woke dude ahead of the fucking curve. He was talking as a white man. He was talking in the 60s and 70s against Vietnam, against police and police brutality. He was writing satirical songs talking about, same with Johnny Cash, about the mistreatment of indigenous peoples. And granted, I will completely give the credence to the idea that, yeah, they didn't always say the right shit. Some of the stuff they did, a little bit offensive, looked back on now, played into a lot of stereotypes. But I genuinely believe that a lot of them had their heart in the right place. And that was resisting the status quo. Holding on to the American ideals as they were presented, of representing freedom, but also community. Now what country music is mostly is just people, it is party music for people who can afford 4 ATVs. Right? It is party music for people who might own a farm, might own a ranch, who get their entire lifestyle subsidized by government contracts, which is something that absolutely happens, by the way, who might have a small car dealership. But it still wears, without actually being tied to any real working class identity, Over time, it has started to push and pull and grab from all of these other identities, musically, culturally. So now what we have is this bizarre blend of country music that is like, I want to give you an example. If you saw this dude just walking out on stage with the long ass dreads, the cut off shirt, I'm thinking, okay, Anthrax cover band, Metallica cover band. I'm thinking maybe death metal, right? Or if you look at some of these other cats, like just looking at them, I go, okay, SoundCloud rapper, right? This guy back here, math rock. There is no united or definable style because it's just this quivering mass of commercialized identity that people essentially cosplay onto now. Like every song you listen to is the same shit. It's all about having a beer and having a good time, and I got a girl on my lap, and we love America, we love our small towns. As these motherfuckers who make this music and who perpetuate this shit support their neighbors being shot in the streets and live in their own fucking gated communities. Anyway. That was my piece on modern country. I'm sorry. Kecker Dane, thank you very much for $20 to see a Fender Jazzmaster with this kind of playing was really rough. Here's some money more money for giving us your time. Thank you very much. Jackie said, thank you for $5. Bryn Andrews is the only country artist I'm listening to now. I would love to. I need to go and look up more stuff because I'm sure there's some good folk music and stuff out there. I think I've talked about how my trends go with music where I'll just like go through and download a bunch of stuff. I actually just went through and I downloaded a bunch of old, like I've listened to Skinny Puppy on and off, but I kind of downloaded a lot of their discography from the 80s and 90s. It's kind of been helping me write Cathode a little bit. Been listening to a lot of Pucifer. I've been going back and forth with some of the like 9 Inch Nails B-sides. That's just kind of the headspace I've been in. But I love going through and going through different charts and finding recent releases, listening to a couple songs, a couple seconds just to get a taste of the flavor. And I found a lot of great stuff. I found, I love doing it for R&B. There are so many amazing, because a lot of R&B and a lot of jazz and a lot of, like, especially if anybody's trying to do like old school, like Muddy Waters or Howlin' Wolf style blues. They're so, I don't want to say easy, but there's a production, there's not as much production that needs to be involved, right? Because like you can go on, if you have somebody who's capable of playing with a keyboard, putting sounds into a computer and can play a saxophone, like you can get a beat, and it's so much of it is in the singing and the lyricism, and that's the stuff that I love to see. And like I've one of the artists that I've really dug from the last couple of years has been Reuben James, which I fully recommend go checking out his stuff, because he's got a lot of great, just like really chill vibey background music without being too, because I like some like, some what's it called, like city pop, and like that city pop all the way through to like early 2000s jungle music. Excuse me. Sorry. Fighting a Hobbit, thank you for 50 bits. Country music fan here. I can promise you that Turlet Paper USA got their hands on the least talented people in Nashville. Tyler Childers and Billy Strings wouldn't be caught dead on this stage. We're gonna see a rap number that I'm just like, woof. Oh yeah, I fuck with Frontline Assembly. I used to have Bianca Tallarico. It's been kind of crazy because I had a whole phase in high school where I didn't have, like, I've talked about how I didn't have a lot of access to internet in high school, but I had multiple classes on computers. I had like a literal computer lab class and a digital art class. So I did a lot of listening to music through like Pandora and shit like that, right? And so I would have these go down these little musical rabbit holes with stuff that I just knew or I knew I liked. And one of them, I had a couple channels on my Pandora account were like, I would start with something that I liked, and then it would not quite know where to take that. So, for example, starting with Akira Yamaoka, who is the main composer behind tons of stuff, but most notably the Silent Hill series. And I love Akira Yamaoka's music, and Pandora had it. But then that sent me down so many different weird directions, because they're like technically this is kind of like trip hop. So do you like Portishead? But technically also there's a lot of stuff that's kind of industrial in here. So do you like Frontline Assembly or VNV Nation? And so it was like a lot of Icon of Coil is another one. That was around the time I was kind of getting into Angel Spit and Combi Christ, which is like more heavier kind of goth techno electro stuff. And so it's been fun kind of rediscovering as I'm going through some of this stuff. I'm like, oh wait, I know this fucking song from, you know, whoever, Wump Scut or something, you know. Eclectic domain. I tell people it's the thing where I like Juno Reactor too. Yeah, hell yeah. I have that one track that one track. Juno Reactor did a couple tracks for the Matrix soundtracks that are just awesome. Yeah, I tell people, like, when, you know, if you go on a new date, one of the questions is like, okay, well, what kind of movies and music do you listen to? And you get a lot of people go, hey, I listen to a lot of music. Few people mean it, because usually what people say, or what people mean when they say that, is that, like, I listen to a lot of different kinds of music because I listen to, like, radio hits, but then I have my stuff that, like, I like from my dad. Or like, my mom used to listen to Backstreet Boys and Pink, so I have CDs from that. And I have to be like, no, I listen to a lot of music. I listen to a lot of different music, and I'm glad I'm going through another music phase, because I was going through a bit of a just a podcast phase, and then I think I'm right on the cusp of starting to go back into more music and stuff. What platform do I use? I just use Apple Music. It's the easiest one to me. I have no desire to use Spotify. All right, so I'm unfortunately going to unmute this for everybody. So we're not going to listen to whole songs. I do want to get to, there is one song that I'm sorry. All right, chat. I know look, we like to have fun here. I like to have a little bit of mischief, right? You remember some good times where I played little tricks on y'all? Like, remember that time we all watched Ollie London's music videos together? That was sure funny, right? This is gonna be kind of like that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it on you.
It's the best of the best, playing chess with American muscle.
Like, look at if you can't tell by every time they zoom out, it's just these cordoned off sections to the side. Those are the crowds. And they're gonna really fucking go for it. Turn it down just a bit more. Okay, all right. When they zoom out even further, it gets so crazy. Yeah, they're doing the Angus Young. Like, fuck that. God, it pisses me off. Jeez. Maycard, thank you for $5. A brand new Porsche is like $65K. The average big ass Yee truck is $80 to $120K. I'm swimming in luxury rednecks with pristine unscuffed trucks. See, that's the shit I'm talking about. Because I've grown my ex-wife's family was kind of like that, and I've known a lot of people like that who have like this just veneer of country shit, but all their stuff is brand shiny new. All their trucks have, you know, chromed out giant rims and all that shit. And it's like, No, see, I grew up on a farm. Well, I didn't grow up on a farm. I grew up with family who ran a farm that didn't really do all this, like, they, for whatever reason, nobody there really got into this stuff, got into this style of country, certainly. And, like, it was a farm. When they talked about the farm truck that, like, the kids growing up, my cousins growing up would learn to drive in, it was a beat-up ass old, I think it was a Toyota. No, that couldn't be right. No, I think it was an old Toyota beater from, like, the 80s. And that sucker, you know, they had put that through so many mud pits and spin-outs and, like, so that's the shit I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about, like, rusted to the point of, you know, real farm shit where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Run it till the wheels come off type shit. And that was on a successful farm, by the way. Like, they were not, you know, poor dirt farmers or anything. They just didn't really play into this kind of ultra conservative, like, stereotype of what, you know, country needs to be. There we go. Or what a country bumpkin looks like, I guess. Like, and this is the shit that pisses me off, is that you have this shiny, overproduced version of country, and you still have people like Jelly Roll. On one hand, these motherfuckers are raking in so much cash, presenting this front, basically cosplaying working class sentiment. Like, we're just normal folks, and then they hide behind it, like Jelly Roll did recently, where it's like, well, I'm just a dumb redneck. I don't know nothing about no politics. And it's like, you got to pick one or the other. Like, you can't have both, because it's so fucking easy to call out, and it's just goddamn insulting. Yeah, I don't need to. We don't need to. I want to get to the next guy, because yeah, they okay, here we go. Here's where it just inexplicably, I don't know, the entire middle part of this presentation is so Spartan. And I mean, in terms of being just completely stripped down and sparse, that I can only imagine its budget restrictions. Like, because it's just this now. For the next, like, 20 minutes. 10 minutes. It'll just be one singer out in the middle of a fucking stage until Kid Rock comes on in 15 minutes. I don't know who this is. I didn't care for her. I'm sorry. Was he really singing? And because now I'm like, so the thing people don't know is that people have already heard almost assuredly by now that Kid Rock was lip syncing. But that dude, I want you to listen to that guy again, because that's crazy. That was wild what he just did when he didn't seem to remember his line. He says something about the rooster crowing, and then listen to what he says next. Was that? I don't know if that's how it's supposed to go, but him just going, crows. That's so good. That's so good. That's great. Where the hell? Because I know there's, so Kid comes out. No, we gotta go back, because there's some. Oh, here's this nightmarish dog shit out here too. Here we go, chat. All right, this was the second number they played. I need you to clear space. I need you to hold space for me in this moment, because we're gonna experience this together. Okay, take my hand, take my heart. This is one of the most obnoxious and uncomfortable live performances I've ever seen. And it is made all the more funny when allegedly, again, we don't know 100%, but allegedly it was taped with random paid extras who very likely did not know what they would be subjected to. And I want you to keep that in mind, because that makes it so much more funny.
Yeah, back in the day, Palms Farm was a place to go. Load the truck up, hit the dirt road. We could join the bar while spread the word. Like the bonfire, then call the girls. King and the kid and the Marlboro man. Jack and Jimmy were a few good men, but you learn how to kiss and cuss and fight too. Better watch out for the boys in blue. Now the small town, he said, she said. Ain't funny how rumors spread. Like I know something y'all don't know. Man, actually, it's getting old. You need to mind your business, man. Watch your mouth. Before I have to knock your loud mouth out. I'm tired of talking, man. Y'all ain't listen. Motor roads, what y'all miss? Chillin' on the dirt road, lay back smooth like a George Jones.
This is fucking terrible, dog. This is fucking terrible. Mumble rap country refrains. $5. Thank you very much for Nehenya. These guys look like they think being rural just means having skid marks and children who won't speak with you. It is. It's like this is not what. Like, look up some actual fucking who's a good Clint Black. Like, that's a fucking country singer, right there. Okay. That's a fucking country singer. Like, there was something to the previous generations of what country was that even when, and this, I think Johnny Cash probably the epitome of this, where even when they got rich, they got popular, they got successful, they were able to, of course, expand their businesses, and you can debate whether or not an artist is selling out, but they never lost touch with their identity. They had a unique identity. And they never lost touch with it. And you can hear that in Johnny Cash, particularly in the last albums, especially the posthumous ones, the ones that things like Hurt are from, and Ain't No Grave, and like a lot of other like kind of modern Johnny Cash classics, and stuff that he had written before. He had sung stuff by other artists, and it was signature, uniquely, even after Johnny Cash and a lot of these other cats had little experiments and stuff where they'd be a little bit more rock and roll, or maybe a little bit more disco, or whatever. And coming back to that stuff, especially towards the end of his life, I think showed the progression of that identity musically and that experience in a way that these people just don't fucking have. Straight up, they don't have. All right, we got to. I don't like this. He has this raspiness to his voice that I find really distasteful. It's just this like, it's not in a cool like I was talking about like Muddy Waters earlier. Muddy Waters is a great example of a cat who like might not be a strictly amazing singer, but has so much heart to it. Whereas this dude just sounds like somebody who smoked a pack a day. Like,
Adam Curry, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, you know what? It is giving Creed. Or, Tom Watts. Tom Watts is another great example of somebody whose like voice is like, but is somebody to like, you just have to fucking, like, you listen to it, you feel it. Lemmy's another great example. Daniel Johnston, for those who know who he is. Yep, Leonard Cohen's another one. I'd even say Bob Dylan. All right, I want to get to the next, because every single one of the verses here, I was listening to this while watching again. The experience here was picture in picture. I was listening to this while also watching Bad Bunny. So while you were watching that amazing, lush presentation of culture, you're also getting this fucking dude who looks like dressed like a goddamn middle schooler, coming out here being like,
Roll call. Everybody praise the Lord. Y'all grew up. Scout here reminiscing on the good times. See them turn off and real life driving. That's right. Hitting easy straight on road times. Adam Curry, ladies and gentlemen. Chuck Hollywood.
Like, this dude is walking out here in Adidas, does look like Adidas, and skinny jeans, and a handlebar mustache. Like, what is the vibe here? What is the, man? Grinder vibe. Oh no.
North Georgia, raised on some Baptist moles in the front row pew for the Sunday roll call. Everybody praise the Lord. Y'all grew up learning how to hunt and fish, how to bust a 12-gauge pump and not miss. A life without work, that's just a myth. Never listen when he talking shit. My dad taught me how to stand my ground. Be a man, but never back down. Don't start or something. If he's talking trash, you better throw the first punch and whip his. Be somebody, make a name for you.
That's so, like, it's so fucking cringe. It's so cringe to self-censor as part of the song. Like, what? No, it is that. It is. It is. Damn. Divorcees, that's a vibe. So then we had, and I want to hear, was it this song? There was one song that I popped out after this, around the I was like, okay, I'm out, locked in. I saw Jessica Alba, and you know what? Hey, some things in your life change. Some things haven't changed since you were 7. When I see Jessica Alba, I pay attention. It's the way it's always been for me. I don't know how to live any other way. I am what I am. Okay. So I put this down for a little bit. Jessica Alba was off the screen. My mind wandered. I was like, hey, what's up with that Hillbilly show? Went back to this, and it was around the middle of this guy singing a song, and I think it was about something about the flag and my grandfather. You know, how everybody wants to be that fucking Lee Greenwood song. Or no, not Lee Greenwood. Everybody wants to be that Toby Keith song. Like, that's what so many of these artists do. If it's not just like Tom McDonald style bullshit or trying to ape Kid Rock, they just want to be like Toby Keith on the Beer for Your Horses album. Yeah, here we go. No stairway. Bogus.
I just wanna catch my fish.
I'm just like, man, I make jokes about how simple the lyricism is, how dumb all the songs are, but then they open their mouth and it's literally like, I just want to catch my fish. Oh yeah, let's go catch some fish, buddy.
Drive my truck, drink my beer, and not wake up to all this stuff I don't want to hear.
That's fucking crazy. I just want to catch my fish. This rueful, soulful intoning about, oh, why can't we just, not pay attention to these bad things we don't want to hear. I just want to fish. And as though the political stances being espoused by these places are about that. They are not. They're about subjugating and making everybody else kowtow to their worldview. You don't. This is fucking bullshit. The idea that, like, oh, I just want to catch my fish. I don't want to hear all these things. I don't want to hear. Let alone the fact that what you are saying there is that I just want to live in a safe space. I want to live in a safe bubble where nothing threatening can get me. And that just happens to be fish and beer, I guess.
Like the same kind of gun I hunt with just killed another man. The only thing mine ever shot was a deer from my deer stand. I just wanna...
Do you think they had to censor that or change that? Do you think originally they had written that lyric as like, shot another kid? Damn, you know what? Actually, that's too real. I would sound like more of an asshole if I phrased it that way. That these guns are incredibly often used to shoot children and are used in mass shootings that are perpetuated by people mostly aligned with my ideological side and the overall things that I believe about the world and the people in it. That wouldn't be so convenient to be like, I just want to shoot my deer. Do we know for sure this whole thing is an AI? I don't know anything for sure anymore.
Cut my grass, feed my dogs, wear my boots. Not turn the TV on, sit and watch the evening news. Be told if I tell my own daughter that little boys ain't little girls.
Oh my God, dude. What? I can't that's fucking crazy. I missed that shit. Oh. Ay, Dios mío. Sorry, that was the spirit of Bad Bunny coming back for me again. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. It's giving, hey, ChatGPT, how to seem hillbilly. Hi, Luna RR, thank you for following. Fighting a Hobbit. Thank you for 25 bits. Loose Bryce doesn't have fans, he has AA sponsors. Even among the hackiest Nashville top 10 country slop, he is uniquely bad. That is... No, look. That... There's no way. People have been saying, is this AI? There's no way that's AI because only human hands could do something that fucking stupid and think it was good. Like, that's genuine human folly. There's no AI had a hand in that. Even AI would have been like, are you sure? This kind of makes you look dumb as shit. Right? Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to use AI? God damn. Like, pushing bullshit transphobia, and then, again, go back to the things they were saying at the beginning, where you're like, I just want to be left alone and do what I want, as I'm telling my daughter something, making up shit about boys and girls that she absolutely didn't tell me, but I'm going to stand here and tell you that my child said to me, even though I'm completely misconstruing the argument, because I know if I actually argued the points that I'm talking about, I would lose. Because science and facts and figures aren't on my side. But we don't pay attention to that because we got God and guns and beer and horses.
I'll be up the creek in hot water. This cancel your ass world.
In this cancel your ass world. Okay. So, like I was talking about, I tend to have a pretty wide palette. And that means that when a new album comes out from a band or a group or a performer I enjoy, I usually just throw it on. Like Method Man. Not Method Man. Bust. Busta Rhymes a couple years ago put out Extinction Level Event 2. I love the first Extinction Level Event. Hoo-yah. Keep y'all in check. Woo-ha. Not hoo-yah. Woo-ha. And so, like, for example, along with that, Disturbed. Disturbed was a band, and I don't think people can blame me for this. Disturbed was a band I listened to. Twitch stream is dead? Dog, Twitch stream dead? Dog, that sucks. Did they shut me down? Did they hate the truth? Thank you for $5, dude. Looks like Ice didn't even want him. Ghosty A, who is this? This is one of the country singers at the Super Bowl halftime show. And you know, I grew up listening to Disturbed. I like Disturbed. I like Slipknot, Linkin Park, like all that shit, because that was my music growing up. And I listened to, they had this one album that came out a couple years ago. It was after there, because they kind of had a second resurgence after that not amazing Sound of Silence they did. That fucking is like an anthem for divorced, for like that is theme music for people who don't see their kids anymore. But they put out an album that was all about this like cancel culture shit. And when you have musicians just so blatantly complaining about social media, the older they are especially, it is just so fucking annoying. It's so cringe to have these goddamn adults going on stream and going like they're doing now on a live stream and talking about how I just want to do this, but I'm worried social media is gonna cancel me. Like, what? It ain't easy being country. Oh, and I do too. I think David Draymond, for as Zionist as a piece of shit as he is, I think David Draymond is like a really gifted singer. I kind of wish that he A, would sing like that more, and B, had way fucking better material, because every time he does stuff that is like supposed to be slightly more evocative or emotive, it's just the most bland, blatant, straightforward material imaginable. Carnell, thank you very much. Twitch is apparently fallen. Please come over to YouTube. We're over there for now. Yeah. Disturbed is Zionist. David Draymond, the lead singer, is Zionist. If Kitty is new metal, Kitty is, yeah, I mean, Kitty is probably like in that early like grunge industrial phase. Like I don't know, what people think of as new metal now is a weirdly nebulous, because like new metal was such a expressive expansion of style out of both metal and rap and hip hop, where you had these weird experimental phases. Like, Tool doesn't have any real rap in it. But then you look at some cats like Linkin Park, and they have beats in the background that sound like Wu-Tang, but then they're singing out here like metal artists, but then they have breakdowns that sound like gangster rap. There's these weird gray areas with the style overlap. But I would say Kitty is new metal. Like right in there with like, Korn and stuff like that. Even though I'm not saying Kitty sounds like Korn, I'm just saying it's they're in that same conversation.
The directions the finger point when everything goes up in flames.
Oh.
Saying I'm some right-wing devil, 'cause I was down south, Jesus raised.
I'm a right-wing devil because I was down south, Jesus raised. Oh yeah, buddy. Just making up entire like. It really is. This is the musical equivalent of those posts from dudes who are just take that one white dude camera angle in the truck cab where they're just like looking up and they're like, I love Trump, love the troops. God bless America. Don't mess with me, I'm country. Woof.
It ain't easy being country in this country nowadays. I just wanna cut my grass, watch my game, say my prayers, and not get a picture of a flag up in flames while people cheer.
Why? Okay, if that's all you want to do, idea. People doing that, could it be because the people you ideologically support are murdering civilians in the streets and threatening them point blank, saying like, hey, we're going to kill you, and then actually just shooting them in the fucking face? Is it that? Is it because we have concentration camps opening up? Could it be any of the myriad reasons that people are currently ashamed to be American, to represent and to live in this country? YouTube down? Are we back? Are we Joe back? I don't think I have any. No, it's not showing any. It says stream quality is good. Oh, it looks like 0.2 dropped frames. I don't know when it was, though. Ah, okay, we're back. We're back. Let's go. Let's go. YouTube choking a little bit, but still here. Hell yeah.
Oh, the same one my granddaddy fought for.
This is the one. Yep.
Stomped on like his trash.
Again, I can't help but feel like you're not reflecting enough here. Same done my granddaddy fought for. Stepped on like it's trash. Okay. Like maybe your granddad was an idiot. Maybe he was like I'm assuming granddad probably Vietnam vet. Like maybe introspect about that a little bit. What should that tell you about the efforts to protect and defend the flag as though it itself is this unimpeachable symbol? Like what?
And I'm a downright hateful monster. Back to blue and bash. It ain't easy being country in this country nowadays. The direction the fingers point, everything goes up in flames. Saying I'm some right-wing dip, as I was red letter Jesus raised. It ain't easy being country in this country because I have my morals.
It's just I can't. Because I have my morals. I don't disagree with the general idea of what he's saying. I just want to cut my grass, play my video games, and not have to worry about government agents kicking in my door and shooting me. Yeah, like, it's just the most closed. It doesn't surprise me it's closed-minded. What it is just this small, narrow view of the American experience of like, just leave me and mine alone, which is what they always fucking say, even as they are pressing and supporting these incredibly violent things that are the reason why people are acting out. Like, they are supporting this shit. And then they're like, well, why are people so mad about this? I back the blue. It's like, because you're backing the blue while people are being murdered in the streets. And when you're presented with that fact, when you're presented with facts like school shootings are done because of easy access to incredibly deadly weapons of mass destruction, your response is to be like, I just want to drink my beer and cut my grass and don't tell me what to do. That's why people are calling you these things, you fucking idiot.
Small town point of view, you assume that you don't like me means I don't like you.
You don't. You literally don't. You were talking about transphobia. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That you have a small town point of view. If you are supporting these things, you don't. This fucking... Oh, I can't believe this absolute garbage, poor me, pity party bullshit. Like, it's wild to see them genuinely act like this is the world around them, that this represents a reality, that being canceled is A, real, or B, a tangible threat to them in any fucking way. Like, ooh, I'm sorry people said mean things to you on the internet because you're supporting ICE? Because you're being openly transphobic? Because you're trying to strip the rights away from other hardworking citizens who also just want to be left alone because of what you think of your small town morals and come from God. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Hey, Lance. Hey, the Surfs, everybody. Jeremy, my boys, thank you for Tier 1. Pink MF, Shobi, Jeremy Boys, Lemon Hands, thank you all for following. And the Surfs TV, everybody go show some love to Lance and the Surfs. Thank you for rating with a party of 417. We are working our way through the topic of the hour, the Super Bowl halftime Cope show. from TP USA, where this failed hot dog skinned clone of Guy Fieri is currently singing about his personal online grievances as though it's like a true country ballad. And let me tell you, woof. This is some rough stuff. I ain't lying. It's been an experience. It's been an experience. But we've had some good conversations about music and whatnot. Dippy Snake, thank you for $4.99. Have they showed any shots of the audience? Oh, we're getting to that. They do like longer tracking shots when Kid Rock comes out because they save their best for last, I suppose. Is it because there's only 12 people in attendance? It probably something like that, you know. Maker, thank you for $5. He's cutting my grass. Everybody.
It ain't easy being country in this country nowadays. In this country nowadays.
No, this really, people have been speculating on whether or not this is AI, or people in the chat have also been saying that this is like one of the South Park kind of parodies. That's exactly what this is. It's fucking crazy. It is so on the nose, so blatant, and just like sometimes I think about people who listen to this for entertainment, and I genuinely worry. I genuinely worry. It ain't easy being cheesy nowadays. No, it's just like Freedom Isn't Free. Hey, Chillface. Freedom isn't free. Oh, hell yeah. Now what do we got? This is the barn burner. Hell yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I am a sensitive. I have a tendency to pay more attention to the things that I need.
This is like the hit, right?
Sometimes I drink too much. Sometimes I test your trust. Sometimes I don't know why you stay with me. I'm hard to love, hard to love.
Oh, I've heard this fucking song. This sucks shit. Tim the Human, thank you for following. Reptilian Space Pope, thank you for following. We're just gonna go to Kid Rock because they performed in this big black void for like 20 minutes. Then you've got the pedophile of the hour on Turning Point USA's stream. And it is so funny how for a dude who had a song called Balls in Yo Mouth, for a dude who rapped, and there's been a lot of fun clips going around, as usually happens when Kid Rock takes part in these ventures. There's been clips going around, of course, about the Osmosis Jones song where he said, I like him statutory, or some say it's, I like him underage, see, some say it's statutory, I say it's mandatory. That is a real lyric that was in a children's film sung by Kid Rock. There's also another clip going around where the Olsen twins just turned 14, and he said something to the effect of, and I'm doing my best to quote, I don't understand why boys are waiting for these girls to turn 18. If there's grass in the field, I say go play, or something to that effect. Just a disgusting shit stain of a human being. Another person fits perfectly into these, by the way, because he is, after failing to cosplay and co-opt black culture in the early aughts, dwindling popularity led him to grifting to this audience, but tale as old as time, honestly. But yeah, that's the kind of shit. Again, just look up another cat you should probably look up is Ted Nugent. should go and look up some of the stuff. Go look up Ted Nugent's song Jailbait, and then think about that every time your uncle or something sends you a Fox News link about him saying that, you know, non-binaries need to be put in jail or whatever. Kibbles, thank you for following. Canadian Goose, thank you for thank you for $50 Canadian. Yes, the victim complexes of cishet Blanco men that never try to expand their knowledge and ignore their experiences. They're coming from this very, very extremely privileged point of view when compared to literally every other group of people. No, because they'll say, well, I was born in the South, so obviously I'm not privileged, even as they, you know, own car dealerships or whatever. Dissident PM, thank you for following. And Brainwash, thank you for following. And Tatiana Severina, thank you also for following. Like, it's so funny. Again, I know I just said it. We're gonna watch it. It is so funny that after everything I just said about Kid Rock, this is who they're pulling the red carpet out for. This is their barn burner. This is their ending the show with the showstopper, right? This cat coming out in jorts, looking like you put. All right, here's I'm gonna paint you a word picture, chat, and I want you to keep that in mind for when we see Kid Rock. Kid Rock right now looks like if you just took Macaulay Culkin's head, just the head, right, and in a Wolfenstein 2-ish fashion, removed it and put it on the body of maybe a Draugr or a bog lich, mayhaps some form of emaciated, resurrected creature, right? And then you put it in jorts, and then you just deep fry the Macaulay Culkin head for a good 10, 15 minutes. Make sure it gets nice and like kind of puffy, like that mid-era Val Kilmer puffiness. You know what I'm saying? That's the word picture for Kid Rock. That's what we're gonna see here.
My name is Kid.
So yes, when you see this room is barely bigger than the stage, honestly. It doesn't even look like you could fit more of the stages vertically and still have any kind of crowd. You'll see the crowd is super far back. It's so good. It's so good. Violet Left, holy shit. Thank you so much for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tier 1 subbies. For Forger of Webs, Olivia Manser, GemFem24, PDF Foot VT, and PDA Foot VT, and Jabari. And then Fight Now, but thank you for another 25 bit. He's got a better description for you. Kid Rock currently looks like every... Oh, god damn, that's better. That's better. Currently looks like every line cook I've ever worked with who's 10 years on the line with carving knife scars and IE burns, who has strong opinions about the transes. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look. I don't know what it is about line cooks. Every line cook and every, like... Because not even chefs, just line cooks I've ever worked with and worked under is either the most militant lefty or the most unknowable chud. It is there is none in between I've ever seen. Nahemi, thank you very much for $5. My name is Kid. Refuses to elaborate. So I want you to take a shot every time you notice that his vocal track is a little bit off. That he's very obviously lip syncing here. Is he trying to do like a Michael Jackson thing? Is that what that was? With the hat and everything? The fuck? And then he just did like a little shuffle backwards? Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. I can't fucking... That's crazy, dude. That fucking jump cut. He just doesn't even have it near his fucking head. Oh my God. That is, first off, he gets to swear. Why didn't the other guy get to swear? This is, I hadn't I'd seen some of this, like a couple things, and I was like, okay, I'll react to it on stream. I thought it was like one or two moments of seeing him completely fuck it up. This is like I hope the check already cleared, because dude, what the fuck? Nehemiah, thank you for $5. Dude is a heartthrob in every Alabama assisted living facility. Nehemiah's on a fucking roll tonight. Chonky Cat, thank you for following. I have a little Chonky Cat I'm looking at right now. Fight Hobbit, thank you for 35 bits. The sad truth is that in a perfect world, Kid Rock would be the keeper of the flame of classic rock. Considering how many times he's referenced Aerosmith, Led Zepp, or Sly and the Family Stone, his music composition, he's holding the line. The problem is that the Kid Rock we're talking about. Like, if Kid Rock was a less disgusting person, maybe I would agree with you. Maybe. But I feel like he is more in touch with this generation's Ted Nugent. He's like fucking out of breath, dude. Look. I've seen a lot of aging and older metal bands. I've seen a lot of bands who, they can't quite hit those notes. Some of them can. Some of it takes a little bit of training. Some of them, they have a bad performance. I see them again next time. They've obviously improved, right? Like, I have seen Motley Crue, Kiss, Alice Cooper, Megadeth, Iron Maiden multiple times, Wasp, Armored Saint, fucking Rob Zombie, Korn. I've seen a lot of shit. I saw Guns N' Roses live. Guns N' Roses, great example of somebody who, like, Axl, really, really unique voice. Incredibly iconic voice. Inimitable. But then Rob Halford is another one that I've seen who is like, fucking, you listen to, like, Rob Halford sing, what's the Valhalla. Valhalla, calling me. I think it's just called Valhalla. Or Gates of Valhalla? Whatever. When he sung that in an open air arena, you got fucking chills, because there's a transition in that song where he goes from like a low register all the way up to his high register. He goes, Valhalla. And he goes all the way up, and you get fucking chills hearing that shit. That dude's in his 70s, right? Axl had some issues with breath control, but I think he's really been improving over time. Like, I watched some of his older stuff. It was good. Blackie Lawless, another person who I was kind of, I'm going to go see Wasp if they come in. I loved Wasp in high school. It's fine. But I was worried because I had heard, like, some of the shows, it's not as good. But not only was he fucking singing it on it, like, he sounded really good. Not primetime good, but really good. Yeah, Vince Neil at the show I was at, like, I got chills when they closed with Home Sweet Home. Like, and granted, that was on their, like, last tour, so technically it was all of their, like, gonna be some of their last shows, and it felt like there was a real cognizance of that, and they fucking brought it. I don't think Crew's doing that great now. This fit goes hard among coal showers. You ain't kidding. Violet Left, thank you for 40 bits. He's totally singing the first vocal layer that he recorded in studio, not the second live. It's that in-studio trade-off on each one-line thing. He's only singing the first part. It's fucking wild. yeah, I wonder if he just, like, he has to know that, right? Halls of Valhalla, that's what it is. I was like, it's not Road to Valhalla. Yeah. Oh yeah, fucking the singer from Armored Saint. Like, Armored Saint is that's one of those singers that listening to Symbol of, what the fuck is that album called? I know the song too. Symbol of Salvation, which is the best Armored Saint album, like just a killer fucking metal album. And hearing him hit those, because I was listening to it before I went to go see them, and I was like, dude, I don't know, this guy's getting kind of up there, like some of these notes, but his voice, fucking pristine. Some people just have that voice. Some people do, you know? Where's the rest of the song, dog? Oh, right. I fucking forgot. I fucking forgot that he did a ballad. Oh, chat, after that, we're getting a Kid Rock ballad. Oh, it's my fucking birthday. Somebody saying Corey Taylor still has an amazing singing voice. Yeah, I love Corey Taylor's singing voice. It's why that one C motherfucking T is such a dumbass song. But like some of the stuff that he did, it's that one song, looking at you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. Oh God, it feels like forever. That song fucking whips. Oh, so many of Slipknot's, like, honestly, Slipknot, incredibly underrated ballads to me. Like Circle, oh, Till I Die, oh, so good. So good. Stone Sour. Yeah, but it's Corey Taylor singing. I think Stone Sour was his like side project for a while. No, Slipknot is because what's the other one? There's another one they did that I really love. All that I want to, things I had before. There's another ballad they do that I usually listen to back with Circle because it's so goddamn good, but I forget what it is. Oh, hell yeah. John Bush is going to be at Milwaukee Metal Fest performing Armored Saint and his Anthrax songs the next day I need to go. Hell yeah. It might be Vermilion. No, I don't know. It might be Vermilion Part 2. That might be the other one I'm thinking of. Well, and even Corey, when they did the when a lot of artists got together to do the Dio tribute album, because I'm like, fucking, you're stepping on glass if you think that you're gonna cover a Dio, like that's a heavy fucking responsibility. But the two off that album that I still bump every now and then are Corey's version of Rainbow in the Dark, because he fucking killed it, and then the singer from Scorpions did a cover of Temple of the King, which is like so. Temple of the King was back when he was with Richie Blackmore and Rainbow, and Temple of the King is a fucking great song. But then like you hear that Scorpion intonation, it sounds like Send Me an Angel or something. It sounds like a classic Scorpions track. It's fucking crazy. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Fighting Hobbit, thank you for 20 bits. Marcus Bishop from Heaven Shall Burn is almost 50 and still screams like a demon. Also proud, open, defiant leftist. Let's fucking go. Yeah, no, there's been a lot of really cool musicians coming out lately. Like a lot of people being like, nah, fuck this, fuck you. I was kind of surprised because it was musicians that even I was like, oh, I don't really want to ever look into it because they're probably chuds. Because I don't follow musicians too closely, but some of them I'm like, like what are the odds that the dudes from Lamb of God are actually super cool? And it turns out that they're at least a little based. They're out here a little bit being like fuck guys, which is like, okay, Lamb of God, I see you. I'll put on Laid to Rest again. Why not? Oh, did the stream go down? Any opinions on AC/DC? Look, everybody likes to have the same opinion on AC/DC, and I've never had it. A lot of people like to just be that, like, oh, AC/DC, they made the same song over and over, which they didn't. Or like, oh, they're just like dad rock, which I guess they kind of are. But dude, like, listen to AC/DC, listen to those fucking licks and those riffs. Like, put on some classic AC/DC. Fucking listen to like even Long Way to the Top. If you want to rock and roll, like that fucking, tell me that opening riff. Tell me that doesn't get your shit going a little bit. And then you're gonna fucking tell me, like, people talking shit about AC/DC, you're gonna listen to something like Hell's Bells and hear that open, the spine chilling. And then the fucking beat drop. Oh, fucking good. Amy Leno, #1 fan. Thank you for following. I like Amy Lee too. Heads up, this is gonna go on for a bit. Yeah. Guns N' Roses. I love Guns N' Roses. I know every Guns N' Roses album pretty much by heart. I grew up with Appetite. Like, I know Appetite. Appetite is like one of 4 or 5 albums that I know like backwards and forwards, every word, every note by fucking heart. Yeah, Bring Me the Horizon said, fuck guys. Hell yeah. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap. Chat, when was the last time? It's been a minute since I pulled out my music, isn't it? It's been a minute since I pulled out when I used to be in some bands as a singer. Like, do I need to pull out a dog shit recording of me singing Hell's Bells? I will. I'm gonna go refill my water real quick, and let me know in chat if y'all want that. Yes, please. Okay. All right. Tell you what. Let's get through this, and then Anti-Fantasy Anarchist. Hell yeah. Kareem Harper, thank you for $20. Give us your Hell's Bells, please. Would very much like that. All right. Let's finish this slop fest. Let's get to the Kid Rock portion, and then I will play Hell's Bells. And if y'all like that, I have a cover of I hate that it's my only real recording of the singing, because it's pretty fucking scuffed, and I go sharp on a note that I usually never had a fucking problem with. That bugs me. But I can also play my the band's cover of Rebel Yell by Billy Idol. Any thoughts about Selena? I fuck with Selena. Like, of course I fuck with Selena. I don't like know a lot of Selena. Selena's kind of like Amy Winehouse, where like I don't I've never heard a song by them that I hated, by her, that I hated. I just never have gone really out of my way to educate myself more, listen to the back catalog, but maybe I should. All right, yeah, let's...
On her hand till you can't, till you can't. If you got a chance, take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it.
This really fucking does sound like a South Park song. Like you can almost hear the fucking like the Trey Parker voices. You know how like they do all their different voices and shit.
Cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can. Till you can't, till you can't. Now there's a box of greasy parts sitting in the trunk of that 65, still waiting on you and your grandpa to bring it back to life. You can always get around to fixing up that old Pontiac till you can't, till you can't. If you got a chance, take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it. There's a man who died.
Oh yeah, this was the last part I tuned in for, and I was like, Jesus Christ, because I Jesus Christ, literally, because I was like tuning in, tuning out, watching the Bad Bunny thing, and then the Bad Bunny thing ended, and they were playing more crypto bullshit commercials, and I was like, let's go see what's this about, and I tuned in right as I believe this verse was happening.
Book that's sitting in your house somewhere that could use some dusting off. There's a man who died for all our sins, hanging from the cross. You can give your life to Jesus, and he'll give you a second chance till you can't, till you can't. If you got a chance.
No. Get me out of here. Sorry. I went full screen. Oh, that was terrible.
Take it while you got a chance. If you got a dream, chase it. Cause a dream won't chase you back. If you're gonna love somebody, hold them as long and as strong and as close as you can. Till you can.
Now, chat, you might think, okay, this is weird after all the culture war bullshit. Why are they playing what sounds like almost a memorial song? Just wait. Please just wait. Alright, I'm gonna skip through this a little bit.
Until you can.
So I also want to point out, as we scroll by these big old posters saying in remembrance of Parley Chirk, this is all the people in here. This is all the screaming crowd. It's like 100, 200 people, I believe was the estimated amount, which is just fucking nothing. Like, I've been to punk shows with people at the door that's more than that. That's crazy. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. The audience was trying to wave like normally would at a concert. They looked like they were defaulting to Nazi salutes. Oh, man.
I want to honor God in all that I do. I want to be a great husband, a great father. I want to serve this country. I want to try to continue to lead this movement and to speak truth and to never lie. To stop thinking about yourself all the time and instead think about what you should do.
God, he was just a weird motherfucker.
And to defend this country above yourself.
Somebody brought up the idea because we've covered some of the wild conspiracy bullshit that Candace Owens has been getting up to lately. And somebody brought up the idea of we are witnessing the birth of a new like crypto-fascist cult or a religious cult in America following Charlie Kirk. And I kind of agree. Like if Erica Kirk and Candace Owens continue going down this path of validating and spreading these open conspiracies of him being some kind of super mutant who was killed for some reason, it would be very funny to see the AI guy, because that's who he is now. He's the AI guy. Fighting Hobbit, thank you for 30 bits. Listen up, liberal. If global warming is a thing, then why is it so cold in my grave? So true, so true. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Breathe in. We are Charlie Kirk. I low-key, I really, 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 really wish that they had done We Are Charlie Kirk cover. All right, chat. I promised it, so let's get to it. Where... Let us play. You're not going to see it on the screen. You're just going to hear it. But that should be good enough. I got downloaded, apparently. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Yeah, sure, whatever. I don't care. Oh my god, dude. Oh, dog. Oh my god, dude. Fuck, man. Okay, give me a second. Oh wait, there we go. Is this Rebel Yell? I think this is Rebel Yell, yeah. Okay, sorry. I was having an issue. There we go. All right. So this was from a garage band show I did back when I was in a metal cover band that we sang and did. This is the only, I really only have 2 things recorded. And one of them is Hell's Bells. So this is me singing for anybody curious. Once we actually get into it, it sounds slightly better. So I do apologize for that because it's not. So the thing I have to explain about this sounded way better in person because this is just getting a lot of the reverb. The recording is not good. It's just not. But I think the music shows through a little bit differently afterwards. cut in. It sounds like, every time I play this, it just sounds like a bootleg copy of a live show. Like a bootleg copy of a live AC/DC show. So that's me singing. Skip through it a little bit. The dude who was our guitarist was a legit fucking killer guitarist. Who actually, super cool guy, actually used to live down in LA during like the Sunset Strip scene, and actually like knew Dave Mustaine and helped him like get his first guitar and shit when he was leaving Metallica. Crazy stories. Had a whole like demo lined up with a band and stuff at the time, and then quit because his girlfriend at the time got pregnant and went into roofing business, raised a family and shit. It was fucking cool as hell. And then, all right, here is, what was the other one? Rebel Yell. There we go. I do at least want to listen to this because the breakdown is my favorite part of the song. We can skip through a little bit because it's the solo and then the breakdown. And yeah, this is me singing as well. I do miss singing. I do miss singing on stages. I like, I don't know, I like little vocal tricks. I like little like that kind of shit. But yeah, so for those who don't know, I used to be a singer. Hang on. Hello, little dog. What are you doing? What do you got? Huh? What do you got? What are you doing? Hey there. You're not supposed to have that. That's not for use. Hey, use. Stop, use. Hey, use. It's the this is the Dee Dee halftime show. Did we already cover Ghislane? Yes, we did. We covered Ghislane's stupid bullshit. God, what a wretched person. Let us. Huzzah. Huzzah. Let us. Nate and Bucks, thank you for $5. Yesterday on Super Bowl day, I went to the Emmanuel / Black Emmanuel 35mm double feature at New Beverly. Oh, I wish I could go to New Beverly. I'm so jealous. My friend Mia goes to movies and shit in LA at all the cool theaters all the time. She's always posting pictures of it, and it's always some cool double feature like that. And I'm like, we have one kind of artsy theater here, and all they ever show anymore are like foreign documentaries or like Netflix shit. Because the newest movies from legendary creators like Spike Lee or Guillermo del Toro don't get fucking theatrical runs. So that's the only way we can see it in theaters. Just fucking, it frustrates the shit out of me. What made me stop singing? So that band, the guitarist kind of broke it up because he found a paying gig. And then another band I kind of left because it wasn't my scene. It was more like Grateful Dead-y, kind of very like old potheads, chill as fuck, really nice dudes. Fortunately, one of them passed away. The older guys. One of them passed away a couple years ago, and so that one kind of just petered out. But I don't know. I think I just haven't had much time or bandwidth since then. Yeah. So I want to talk about. We got to talk about the Emeru stuff, don't we? We don't gotta spend much long. Oh my God, Cat. Okay, I'm gonna go give Cat some food really quick. Have I seen Iron Lung? Not yet. But I'm seeing Send Help with a Partner tonight. So I'm hoping for good things. I'll see Iron Lung soon. I saw Silent Hill, which was cool. I actually got a. That's what this is like at AMC they had little like Silent Hill postcards that are really cute, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll take a Silent Hill postcard. That's fun. I love it when a thing looks like it's from a thing. Sue me. So yeah, Emeru, for those who don't know, Emeru is somebody who has palled around for years and years with Asmon and Lucari and Tectone, who came out and said, so here's the clip.
Where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big.
And I need you to understand that this was the original clip where people asked her about ICE, and this was her response. Because the next thing, what she tried to excuse it as was her somehow thinking that people were talking about actual ice, as in the cold compound.
Content creators to
All right, I'll be right back.
their opinions on like important topics. I get that, right? But it's like if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to like get off the internet. Like just stop. Like hello? Like I don't like what? Like how am I gonna
I had only heard part of this. I did not hear the like. That is rough to listen to. Yeah, so it shouldn't go undetected by anybody that the specific person she's describing is just Asmongold. If you need a streamer who doesn't know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you should get off the internet. That's what Asmund does. She didn't speak out against him, of course. But then also, yeah, the idea of trying to just say your opinion on ICE is a matter of politics. It's not. It's a matter of very basic morality. Like, there are things that you have morally a right, wrong answer to. What do you think about ICE? I think it's bad that they're shooting civilians in the street. That's all you got to say. That's a nonpartisan opinion, because that should be the opinion of anybody who values their freedom and sanctity as a United States citizen. The thing that we are told is so valuable and wonderful. If you actually valued that, you would be against ICE. That's it. Bottom line. Doesn't matter. And there are far more leftist reasons, of course, to be against ICE, as a perpetuation of an imperial project, a racist ethno-state propaganda machine is basically what they are now. But at the baseline, you should be able to, regardless of your background or your political beliefs, regardless of how tagged in you are, you should be able to at least say, I am against this government body unaccountably murdering citizens in the street. That is a nonpartisan opinion. It is no different than if you were to ask somebody, hey, what do you think of pedophiles? The only acceptable answer is, I think they're bad. You don't answer a question like that being like, well, I don't want to get into politics. For so many reasons. Not only does it seem like you have some kind of opinion to hide, but it also allows bad faith to start infesting these spaces, to give these ideas credence as being some kind of political stances that you could fall into one side or the other, that, we can just agree to disagree. This isn't fucking taxes on billionaires. This isn't healthcare. These are very basic questions of morality. Do you believe that people who need protection should be protected? Yes, then you are against these things. It's simple. Incredibly simple. Ghostier 6827, thank you for $10. So I don't understand how TPUSA could not afford better Christian bands like Skillet, August Burns Red for today, or Switchfoot. Never mind, the Lane Seeger said, fuck guys, but my point still stands. I think it was less a Christian thing and more just a conservative power play. Like they just got the people who have been most vocal and visible lately. And who, Kid Rock's not busy. You make a call to Kid Rock to be at a TPUSA thing, of course he's gonna fucking do it. This is now his audience. They have cultivated these audiences that they need to upkeep in a way. Anyway.
I don't know. Get help. Even I don't know.
It's again, you are creating this space where if somebody says, hey, what's your opinion on unaccountable masked goons, these fucking mall cop dropouts? What's your position on these bloodthirsty Rambo-ass Paul Blarts wandering our streets and shooting civilians in the face? Your response, from a place of privilege, from a place of, I don't have to seriously engage with these things because I am in a class where it doesn't affect me, where I can isolate myself off from everybody else. That's what's really being revealed here. The idea that you can look at something like that, these momentous, unprecedented, and consistent events happening all the times, and be like, no, get help if you care about this stuff. Are you fucking kidding?
Obviously I don't dislike any of the political streamers, except for some of the really bad ones. I don't really like them. But it's I don't understand how in the first place people care so much what they say. I guess it's because they just have a lot of reach or influence, but it's why are you listening to them in the first place? I don't know.
It's this seeding of I hate this idea of like why would you listen to a streamer's opinion on something? It's like in some streamers' cases, yeah, sure. Why would you listen to Emaru's opinion on something especially after this? Why would you listen to Asmongold's opinion on something? I showed in my latest video how all of his streams are just like, yeah, no, this is undebatable. Yeah, no, this is absolutely the truth. Yeah, you can't even deny it. It's just a fact. And then when you check his sources, it's just fucking trust me, bro. Like, that's it. But the idea that, oh, you're a streamer, just stay in your lane, just talk about games, just do this stuff. No, motherfucker, because these things are affecting all of us. And the reason that so many people are more and more affected is because people have spent so long throwing their heads into the sand, covering their ears, keeping their safe little safe spaces where they don't have to engage or deal with any of this stuff because, oh, it makes me have a bad day to think about all of these people in my country that my tax dollars are going to put in concentration camps. Oh, bummer. Let me see if I can find Emaru's, oh, yeah. Oh, you know who we need to see? I know. You know your boy's got something good. You know your boy's gonna have something decent for us. Let's go. Let's go. Anti-American Super Bowl. Let's go, chat. Oh, so good. All right, here we go. Where is the... I want her response. Because after that response... Here we go. She spun this bullshit. And I cannot... I need you to understand. It was so plainly obvious. From her response, she knew people were talking about ICE because she went on that whinging rant about politics. I was responding to a mod asking a question that included the word ICE. I'm not someone who normally comments or gives my opinions on serious real-world topics, so it didn't really click with me that they were referring to the agency. You can see in the clip when I say thoughts on ICE, there's an instant cut afterwards that makes it seem like I'm responding directly to the question, which I'm not. Bullshit. Real thoughts. No one deserves to live their life in fear. And she goes on to basically backpedal this shit after getting blowback for being a complete ignoramus and fucking all this shit. Still being friends with sex pests like Tectone and Lucari and absolute human roach motels like Asmongold. But that's it. Like that she got her pushback. I'm sure she's going to continue. I wouldn't be surprised if she keeps grifting to that audience. Like she is already 30 or something and still presents like that plastic doll look that is so... I talked about this last stream. I think it's fucking creepy. I think it's incredibly creepy. If Shibuya Koho and Nina Nishumina can say fuck guys, Emaru can. Hell yeah. Thank you very much, Ghost EA, for $5. Kareem Harper, thank you for $5. First, then they came for me and there was no one left to speak out for me. Yeah. Like that is the problem with pacifism. That's the problem with, hey, go watch Cabaret. I've talked about it before. Go watch Cabaret. Tonight, go watch the Liza Minnelli Cabaret, because that is exactly the type of shit we're talking about. That movie is all about a bunch of upper middle class liberals consumed with their own minutia as the country around them literally falls to Nazism. That's what that is. These are cycles that we are aware of. And in not being aware of the history of them, they're just repeating themselves so uncritically. It's crazy. Agnostic Sister, thank you for tier 1. Let us go on to this story, which, amid everything else, has gone kind of underreported. Detention center captives are throwing lotion bottles wrapped with notes to organizers outside Otay Mesa facility. Quote, and I need you to understand, these things, there is amazing journalism and reporting being done all across the country right now. Maybe none more important, with the exception of Epstein investigations and the culpability of the people responsible for the heinous crimes and responsible for burying them. With the exception of that, I think there is not a more important beat in journalism to be paying attention to right now than the study of what's happening in ICE facilities and because they are concentration camps. These detention facilities are not prisons. They are ramshackle. They are people being forced into unbelievably inhumane living conditions with no oversight. And I need people to understand one of the main reasons that it is so important is not just the reasons are myriad. Of course, the inhumane treatment of completely innocent civilians, people taken from their families, who are constantly portrayed by these scumfucks as some kind of rabid, ultra-violent offenders, even as they're men, women, and children who just come and try and work and seek a better life for themselves and their family. It is not just that, it is the fact that there are so many other factions, the people most speaking out about these things, that people like Stephen Miller are seeking to villainize openly and have been for several months. All of the shit about Trantifa and Antifa trans activists and, we're investigating all of these trans terrorists and stuff. Do you think that they are looking for excuses to put them in cushy facilities? Or do you think that if they truly get that desperate, they will just shove them in here with everybody else? This is not even the start of that poem when they came for me. We are well into it. And more people need to continually be aware and spread the awareness of this. Really quick, I'll read some super chats. Thank you, Bruce Magnuson, for $5. I still remember that I have nothing to hide people in regard to the Patriot Act suddenly called it communism when it was used on the Tea Party. Yeah. No, it's it's the same shit with, the fucking Bundy Ranch or the Branch Davidians. Like, libertarians will still get mad at the federal government for the shit they did there, but then be fucking not word one on what's happening in Minneapolis. Ice Blaze, thank you for €2. Seeing the AEW fans in Vegas chanting "fuck guys," I have. AEW's been on one lately. I fuck with it. I don't watch AEW, but it's cool to see. It's this weird I don't know. It's this weird side effect of working in the game industry for so long, is where I just kind of through osmosis, you learned a lot about wrestling and shit, and are able to recognize stars, even though I don't really keep up with it. But I know, I could look at a Chris Jericho or a CM Punk and be like, hey, yeah, I realize CM Punk's pretty fucking cool. I keep seeing, I don't know why, maybe it was the AEW stuff I was liking, but they were serving me some interviews and stuff where he's talking about, indigenous stolen land. It's like, okay, white boy, I see you. Jesus fucking Christ. Quote, good afternoon. These are notes from inside the facilities right now. Good afternoon. My name is redacted, and my wife and I have been at OMDC since April 15th, 2025, over a year. So we know, and we've known for a while, that the idea that they are simply, we're just picking people up and deporting them is fucking bullshit. There is no pipeline currently in place for these deportations. They are currently people just rotting unjustly in these camps. It's cold in here all the time and the food is poor, the missive continues. Quote, for 280 days, we haven't eaten a single piece of fruit, banana, apple, orange, or anything fresh. We are all in one big room with no doors or windows. We can't see any grass or trees. We are all constantly sick. The bottle needed to be tossed with enough strength to make it across a cement wall, tubed barbed wire fences around 12 feet high and separated by about 5 feet of gravel and 10 additional feet of road, all to make it in the hands of attendees of a weekly vigil held outside the OMDC. 2 lotion bottles with the same note were tossed over from the detention center that day. Organizers say that the captive was that desperate to get their story out. So it's the same exact note. that there are witnesses to seeing it fly. So I do not think it was planted, no. As soon as organizers saw the bottles flying through the air, they rushed to grab them. It was a race between vigil attendees and the Core Civic security truck operated by detention facility staff. About 150 people were gathered there that day. San Diegans have been assembling like this outside of the privately run federal immigration detention center since November 2nd. We need to... I don't even know if I could say what they need to be fucking doing instead. There are 150 of you. They have collected 14 lotion bottles, 2 deodorant bottles, and 1 AA battery that detainees have thrown over the fences with notes attached to them. These items have included a total of 102 names and A numbers. Organizers also collect countries of origins. A numbers are 7, 8, or 9-digit numbers assigned. They literally have camp numbers. Jesus Christ. The collective has raised $15,000 since they began gathering donations in December and redistributed those funds among 250 captives. On Sunday, over $3,000 was raised and about 50 A numbers were collected. Around 6 bottles and a deodorant were thrown over the fence that day, containing anywhere from 1 to 9 A numbers. Like, they imprisoned these people and then charge them for basic necessities, as though they are prisoners on death row. Inside the detention center, captives work for $1 a day. A single 15-minute phone call is $5. After almost 1 year, I talk to my family and relatives. I buy some commissary too. The collective has members that speak Arabic, Farsi. So this is the people who are communicating with them. So this is just talking about the community aid. At nighttime, we hear people playing handball because they were out there late at night. They let them out outside at night. And so we were able to experience something that you wouldn't otherwise experience unless you were there late at night. It's really silent. It's really cold. Wong tells LA Taco that detainees face retaliation within the detention center for communicating. Quote, "We hear you, but the administration punishes all the pod by closing the yard for trying to communicate with you. Usually they take away access to the phone, tablet, family visit, and commissary from 15 to 30 days. Wong says conditions inside are so desperate they're willing to face retaliation to communicate with folks on the inside. In June, Wong was disappeared into the basement of a facility in San Ysidro for processing and placed into solitary confinement for 21 hours by federal immigration agents. She was taken while she was at the Linda Vista Apartments during federal ICE activity. She was not found sooner because there's nowhere to register U.S. citizens in the facility system, she says. So they can just disappear U.S. citizens for... Bruce Magson, thank you for... oh, yeah, I already read that one. There is no internet. My lawyer was not given my calls. We are constantly sick. Our judge changed the final court decision. The judges are very busy. They have postponed our court 3 times. After 190 days, we still don't have a decision. We were tortured in our own country and now being held indefinitely in a prison and unable to prepare for a trial. They won't give us a schedule. We are sitting indefinitely. They won't give us a lawyer. There's no legal counsel. We can't write or read to influence them. The law does not understand language barriers. In July, the detention center was over its contractual capacity of 1,300 detainees. Lawyers they spoke with said their clients faced rooms with not enough beds, were getting sick due to medical neglect and unsanitary conditions. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. I know. No, down. No, stop. Okay, give me a second. Alrighty, chat. But they're not criminals. That's the thing. They will justify anything they can say, but they are not fucking criminals. These are families. God. Nope, not that. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Two days ago. Here we go. Lawsuit accuses Washington ICE detention center staff of assault sexual abuse. Less than 14% had any violent offenses. Here we go. Contracted ICE employee pleads guilty to sexual assault. Trends in sexual assault against detainees in immigration from 2023, before this bullshit. There was just another one. Yeah, of course. STF Igchin, thank you very much for following. No, see, this looks like AI. Like, chat, we don't need to be fucking using AI. Like, I hate that shit.
Facility on the 6th floor.
This is another thing from yesterday. Former ICE facility workers saw people laying in feces at Baltimore.
Of this federal building in Baltimore because they signed a non-disclosure agreement before starting work here, which means they could face legal retaliation for talking about it.
People laying on the floor, head to toe. That reminded me of the pictures that I saw in elementary school of how they brought the slaves from Africa.
For months, this person had access to what our cameras are not allowed to see.
Miren cómo nos tienen aquí. Miren qué migración cómo nos tienen.
The inside of the same Baltimore ICE detention center showed in this viral video.
Nos tienen en un depósito aquí en Baltimore.
The former worker showed WUSA 9 documentation proving they were employed there.
It was probably day 1 or day 2 that I saw the abuse.
What did you see?
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees to long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen. Did you witness overcrowding
Bullshit.
that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself. and as many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker described to us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said she was disturbed by what she saw.
It is just a horrific thing for us as a country.
This former worker told us on one occasion they showed up to find a detainee strapped in a restraint chair.
And when I asked the guard why was he in the restraint chair, his reply to me was that the mother kept making noise all night.
In its statement, ICE told WUSA 9 restraints are only used if a detainee poses a danger to themselves or others.
No, they're fucking not. Like, again, this is just like anything Kash Patel says, is that you straight up cannot trust. Like, we know. We have just seen them murder 2 people in the streets. Like, you cannot tell me that there are any standards of care or standards of training that they actually believe in or live up to, because it's not true. We can see that.
Never for disciplinary reasons, and not for extended periods. Staff are trained in their proper use, and all instances are monitored. The spokesperson also said ICE is committed to the safety, health, and dignity of all individuals in custody.
You don't believe that shit for a fucking second.
Told us he regularly saw detainees lying in filth.
Canadian Goose, thank you very much. Speaking of the horrors of ICE, The Guardian reported ICE is flying Palestinian Americans to the West Bank. Gil Deezer, huh? You can tell some of these motherfuckers think they deserve to live. You can just tell. You can tell looking at them. Flown twice, Palestinian men from Arizona to Tel Aviv. Israel's assistance in returning Palestinians to the occupied territory marked a shift in policy. The U.S. officials did not answer questions about the cost of the 2 recent flights, but according to ICE, chartered flights costs have ranged between nearly $7,000 and more than $26,000 per flight. Aviation industry sources estimated the flights to and from Israel would have cost ICE from $400,000 to $500,000. All this money for just cruelty. All this money for what? To take people back to a war zone that they escaped from, that we're responsible for aiding and abetting in? How much of that capital could have gone to feeding people? Could have gone to helping people? Left 8 Palestinian men at a West Bank checkpoint. Disoriented and cold, they were dressed in prison-issued tracksuits, carried their few belongings in plastic bags. Hours earlier, they had been sitting with their wrists and ankles shackled on the plush leather seats of a private jet owned by Gil Deezer, a longtime business partner of Trump. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. I will be right back, and then we will finish talking about a lot of shit. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Oh, chat. Alrighty. Need a name for my Stardew Valley chicken? I would go with start with the like Yakuza Greats, like Nugget. I always think Nugget's a great name for a chicken. Welcome back. Glad to be here. Let's go to. Already have a nugget. Pinky. Pinky's kind of cute. Gun. Gun is a name for a chicken. Chicken gun. Gun chicken. Gickin. So, chat. It has long been observed that there are certain things that are just inevitable in life. You know, of course, death and taxes. But in our world where everybody is so tuned into one another, one thing I can always count on, that's always there for me when I need it. You can rest easy knowing that if anything cool or interesting or culturally relevant happens, Matt Walsh will always have one of the worst dumbass takes imaginable about it. And I didn't even need to look. I knew. I felt it in my heart that Matt would have some shit to say about Bad Bunny. In which case, I can't wait to jump into it with y'all.
Today, the Matt Walsh Show, the NFL delivers a huge middle finger to the fans with the most subversive and anti-American halftime performance.
Subversive. My gosh, he is really transforming into that. God, he's looking rough. He never looked great, but he's looking more and more like that Ammon animation skit. Little bit every day. Very funny. How far he's leaned into the whole fucking woodsy bullshit aesthetic. This is a man who's never done a hard day's labor in his fucking life. Brat Walsh, Nehemia, you're grounded. Grounded. Dude, how dare you come into my chat saying Brat Walsh? Like, yeah. Rolly Spill, Werner Herzog. Look into the eyes of a chicken, and you will see real stupidity. It is a kind of bottomless stupidity. A fiendish stupidity. That's my Werner. What's up with Chuds and having that peanut head shape? Look, I don't believe obviously in like race science or any of that shit, but there is a I think some head shapes are predisposed to being dumb. Chud phrenology, yeah, exactly. How about Wop Walsh? Hate that. Oh, that's terrible for me. Yeah, the subversive is so funny because the dude still talks like a fucking McCarthyist in the 50s. Like, wow, these subversives are here trying to take over our airwaves with this samba music. Their kids are calling it. Flat Walsh is good. Flat Walsh is good. Thank you, Nehemia, for that. Like, he might as well do the fucking, like that stupid John Doyle intro that John Doyle used to have, where he would talk in that 1950s kind of voice, where it's just like, you know, we get these commies out of here. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
We've ever seen, all performed in a language that the vast majority of football fans can't understand. Speaking of anti-American nonsense, multiple Olympic athletes have apologized for America on the world stage. Should we even be rooting for these people?
You bitch, you don't have a choice. Sorry, this is new woke. You don't got a choice. Sorry, Charlie. Thank you, Gitarak. Oh, you're still here. Thank you for $5. Never met the man, but Matt Walsh somehow feels like my ex-husband who doesn't pay child support, calls me drunk on the weekend. Woof. You know the thing, when I made my 2 deep dive videos on Matt Walsh, I got so many people who were like, and the same thing kind of happened with Synth. It weirdly did not happen with Destiny or Brianna Wu. where people identified with them, not like on a personal level, but just like, this reminds me so much of my dad, like the way he talks, the way they parse things. This reminded me so much of a friend I used to have. And it's always fascinating to me. Oh, hey, Tony. If anti-bigotry, anti-homophobia, and cultural sensitivity is anti-America, guess what you just copped to, Matty boy? Yeah. It's, no, it's because to him, like, America is a white ethno-state project, like, straight up. Straight up.
At this point. And TPUSA counter-programs the Super Bowl with a halftime show of their own, which is now one of the biggest streams in history. Really massive news there. We'll talk about all that and more today.
Please. Oh, God. Oh, God. Please tell me he forces himself to act like that was hot shit. Chat, we got done. Before we covered the concentration camps, we watched most of the halftime show from TPUSA. It was terrible. I recall Xander Hall saying one time the girl in the Jack Doyle intro was his sister. I do believe that's true. I do believe that they just filmed it in front of their fucking house, which is funny as hell. The anti-American Super Bowl. God, this pisses him off. He talks about this for 40 minutes. Oh, but the Epstein file. Yeah, that's obviously the thing of the day. 40 minutes of that, Epstein files get like 15. Fuck you, dude. And then where does... TPUSA halftime show at the very end. Let's go. Yeah,
Hamilton thing last year when they trotted out Samuel L. Jackson to play Uncle Sam, and they beat you over the head with that message that, of course, white Americans are keeping blacks down and all that.
He straight up didn't watch it. He straight up didn't watch it. That wasn't the fucking message, dude. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. I've got a lizard smarter the entirety of DW, and he consistently runs into table legs. No, the entire point was to address how integral black people were to the fabric of America, to the culture of America, in an entirely different way to what Bad Bunny did with Latin culture, but in a way that, like, they ring true in their own artistic visions, in a way I really appreciate.
Kind of stuff. Every few minutes, Samuel L. Jackson would just appear.
Yeah, no, exactly. Also, the more important takeaway was saying, "Hey, Drake," in front of a billion people or whatever it is. Is Matt in the files? No. Jay Kung, Matt Walsh just defends pedophiles for the love of the game. That's the way it's always been. Like, straight up. Matt Walsh, back when, because this is by the way, a consistent thing in his history, has been trying to be the pragmatist that just so happens to always seem to side on the side of the violators and the perverts and the miscreants. So, for example, he had, and this is, by the way, all in my second video, I think, he defended Josh Duggar. He said that if he was Josh Duggar's father, he doesn't know if his son came to him and told him what Josh Duggar did, if he would turn him into the police. Which, I'm not going to go into the Duggar thing right now, but that's one of the biggest red flags. Like, people talk about the time where he talked about, technically that's when girls are most fertile. Like, when he talked to that shit, and which is horrible. But to me, the Josh Duggar thing was a much more glaring admission on his part. Thank you, Dippy Stink, for $1.99. Matt Walsh is the embodiment of anti-American. God, yes. Oh, I'm so glad more and more people hate this motherfucker like I am now. I'm an old school Matt Walsh hater. I've been making a hobby of it for years before I was doing this.
Here on screen to really subvert your expectations. But even with this recent history in mind, no NFL Super Bowl halftime show to this point has been anywhere near as overt or as disgraceful.
Now, I want you to think of what are the things that he's going to say are anti-American? Is he going to call out the big booty Latinas, for example? Is it just the fact that all these people are speaking Spanish, even though Puerto Rico is an American place? Like, that's part of America, dude. I'm genuinely curious what he thinks are the real valid reasons.
As the gigantic middle finger to all Americans that aired last
night. Walsh, oh my God.
The NFL chose to conduct the halftime show for the biggest game of the year in a language that almost none of their lifelong fans can understand, while waving the flags of countries that none of them are from or have been to. It was, without exaggeration, the biggest FU that I've ever seen a corporation give to its own consumers.
I don't think there could be a better way to piss off Matt Walsh than having a bunch of Latin Americans out on stage. Just literally, they could do anything. They could have been baking a pie. It would have triggered him to such a massive extent.
It was pretty amazing in that sense. Watch.
Like again, I can't wait to see him glaze the TPUSA halftime show because I can't wait. Like I again, I'm glad I get to rewatch this again so we can then compare how fucking bad the rest of it will be.
Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua.
Oh yeah, don't show the rest
of it. Provide subtitles, just to really make the
because those. Do you need subtitles for Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil? Like, do you need subtitles for those, dog? Like, I'm sorry, Matt, your ignorant ass would be like Paraguay. There's still little. I learned all of the capitals and names with a fun little song in my Spanish class in high school, and there's still parts of it that play in my head, and one of them is Montevideo, Uruguay, Brasilia, Brazil.
Experience as uncomfortable and unintelligible as possible for 99%.
It's not unintelligible, dog. That's the name of the country is the same in English. What the fuck are you talking about? The clip you chose was literally one of two parts that were completely intelligible. One of them was Lady Gaga, and the other one was where they were just saying the countries that we all know and learn. What are you talking about?
Of their audience. Although, in fairness to them, if they did give us the lyrics, we would see how retarded the lyrics are, so they didn't exactly want to put that front and center. So while you're watching a production...
What? The only thing you've shown... here's the thing. I can tell he's actually mad because this is his new, like... Yeah, somebody's called it in chat. Somebody called it a big boy word. This is his new, like, big boy word. This is his new... In lieu of being able to swear, like I'm sure he does when he yells at his wife and beats his kids or whatever... because he still has to keep up that family-friendly image. He's really taken to saying the R slur a lot lately, like a 12-year-old who just discovered it, who just got their Xbox Live working for the first time. The idea that just because you don't understand the lyrics, why they're bad, and that it's so funny when you actually go and listen to, because we're gonna have to listen to him whinge and bitch about pop music and pop culture and all these things that he's never taken the time to understand and doesn't actually understand. And then when you actually look into it, again, these are things that I talk about in my video on Matt Walsh, which you should all go check out if you haven't. When he talks about the things that he actually likes, it's just nothing. It's just the most bland, broadly accepted good stuff. And he has no deeper knowledge or understanding of art. So, like, I need you to hold on to that while listening to every bit of his criticism and how self-assured he is in the shit that he knows nothing about. Does this loser go to the opera? You could not. No. Absolutely. No way in hell he's ever been to an opera. 0% chance.
And that's all about glorifying third world aesthetics, complete with two men grinding on each other next to a pickup truck at one point. You also have no idea.
Based? Okay, Bad Bunny. Based? I did see that. I did see that on stream. That was fucking cool. It was a blink and you miss it moment, but during one of the dance scenes, I think it was outside of the like the corner store that they had set up. One of the like block party scenes they had were two Latin dudes, like all sweated up and all oiled up, looking like a goddamn Chippendales photo shoot out there for a half second. For a half second, they were grinding on each other, and it was like, okay. I think it's cool for Bad Bunny to throw in a reference to everybody's favorite show, Heated Rivalry. Hey, Matt can't appreciate it. Matt doesn't know ball. Sorry. Thank you, Nehemiah, for another 5. Bro needs subtitle for Canadian English. Yeah, it's like like he would hear a Canadian, like he would hear the guys from Strange Brew and be like, what the fuck are they speaking? Well, kick off, hoser.
What anyone's even saying.
Deep,
so
deep
that was
cut.
the idea.
Strange
Again, in addition
Brew.
to being disgusting.
There we go. Oh, thanks for. Let's slow things down for a better look. In addition to that, yeah. Now you get your deep cut shit. Oh, hey, babe.
A massive middle finger to the NFL's actual audience. But in the particular clip we just played, even without subtitles, the meaning is pretty clear. Bad Bunny is paying homage to several South and Central American countries and all of their many citizens who have illegally entered the United States. Which raises the question, how often does this kind of thing happen in reverse?
Bad Bunny, by the way, a Puerto Rican, who is, again, part of America. I wonder if he will even acknowledge that, like, a little bit.
Like, if you had to guess, how many soccer matches in these countries, El Salvador, Venezuela, Peru, and so on, have featured extended English language tributes to the United States during their halftime?
Okay, again, I love this false equivalency bullshit because, Matt, probably none. Because Peru isn't exactly a massive power on the world stage that's dragging the rest of the world down currently and making life actively worse for all of its citizens, and then also making it everybody else's fucking problem that we have idiots that you support in power right now. Like, wait, they think they're so fucking smart for being like, well, has this ever happened in Peru? It's like, no, motherfucker. Like, well, what if they did this in Chile? Yeah, okay, what if my grandma had wheels? Would she be a fucking bike? What the fuck are you talking about?
Time shows. How often do South Americans devote airtime during their biggest sporting events to thanking the United States for providing somewhere for them to flee to? How often do they insult their own people by bombarding them with unintelligible propaganda on behalf of foreign invaders? Now, the answer is that it never happens.
Ooh. He's so mad. He's so mad about it. Isn't Brazil mixed race as heck? I mean, like, yes, there is a lot of, like, racial diversity in Brazil. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of racial diversity throughout all of South America. Like, it's not just Brazil, but yeah, Brazil is known for having, like, a lot of, like, a darker skinned population. Nehemiah, thank you for another 5. El Salvador and Honduras literally fought a war over soccer game because of American intervention. Yeah, and again, American intervention is a great fucking way to talk about this because, Matt, do we want? I just went through the School of the Americas shit a couple months ago. We just had there's still a stream highlight up on the CIA's playbook through the School of the Americas. So if you want to talk a little bit about American intervention and banana republics and all of the communist and revolutionary leaders we've had killed and all of the guerrillas and insurgents and far right-wing radical groups that we've trained to go out and murder people and explicitly torture people. If you want to talk about that, Matt, there's not a lot of reason. When all of the people usually fleeing from South American violence are trickle-downs from American interventionism. You're right. There's not a lot of reason for them to be fucking thanking us. In fact, I would say more than that, after building American culture and consumerism on these exploited populations, we fucking owe it to them. Yeah, the Jakarta Method, great fucking book. I didn't start reading it. I bought the Fort Bragg Cartel. That's another one that, along with the Jakarta Method, was recommended to me, and it's Jakarta Method is a hard read, and I expect the Fort Bragg Cartel will be a really hard read too.
Ever. This is the kind of thing you only see here in this country. Nor should it happen.
Melting
no
pot,
self-respecting
bitch.
country subjects its own people to these humiliation rituals, which is what that halftime show was.
I can tell. Look, I'm getting a little heated. I'm getting a little mad at Matty here. But having watched so much of his stuff in the past, I've gotten a pretty good taste for when he's being performatively angry, which is a lot of the time now. Like, there are things that I know he genuinely doesn't give a fuck about. Anytime he's forced to talk about, like, culture war shit or Target or any stuff like that, he doesn't give a fuck. If he's talking about trans people, he gets pretty mad. when he's talking about like radical leftist terrorists, he usually kind of fucking fakes it because he knows ultimately he wants to be the one enacting violence. When he talks about immigration and anything having to do with race, he gets so genuinely irate. And I'm sorry, everybody. I'm living for it right now. Oh, my beautiful liar. Thank you for $2. Kendrick Lamar was in English. I bet they loved it. I doubt it. I doubt it.
People who have self-respect take pride in their own nation and their own flag. Especially,
and you know what? I respect myself enough to know that this nation and this flag represents every other country and every other person who's come from a different country to make this country what it is. This flag is not a flag for fucking whiteness. Is it just white on the flag? No. In fact, there's very little of it compared to the red and the blue. America is made up of multiple colors, of multiple peoples, from multiple countries. And it is only right to celebrate that, especially when, as I said, this country has been built on the exploitation of South America. We owe them. And you want to sit here and tell us, as we just got fucking done talking about, how the assholes he supported are putting these people in motherfucking concentration camps. You want to sit here and bitch? Like, I know, hey, chat, can I get serious for a second here? Because we can sit here and talk, we can laugh at this little dickless cracker getting mad. But at the end of the fucking day, it is people like him who are the reason we are in this problem. It is people like him who want innocent men, women, and children ripped out of their schools, ripped away from their lives that they have worked hard to contribute to their society and their communities, while he sits in his fucking little gated neighborhoods. People just like him sit in their gated neighborhoods and cast whatever aspersions they can on everybody else just because, we can't understand the music. What are they saying? I don't know what fucking Uruguay is. There will come a day, Matt, there will come a day when Fed posting will no longer be necessary. I will savor I'm not going to say it. I'm beaming it out. I'm beaming it out to everybody in the chat right now. Like, as though we are not actively trying to create an ethno-state with this propaganda bullshit. As though we are not actively sanctioning Cuba for some fucking bizarre Marco Rubio blood feud that Mexico and Sheinbaum have had to come in and offer aid because Gloria Sheinbaum seems like the only fucking person in any of the continents over here who knows what the fuck they're doing. And just the idea that he's sitting here and being like, well, we're obviously under a hostile invasion, and this is just an insult to us. No, your existence, the existence of your ideological project is an insult to anybody with a moral center.
At their most iconic cultural event, which is what the Super Bowl is. Meanwhile, people who are conquered take pride in other nations and other flags. And speaking of flags, in case you missed it, in the back there was a banner that read as follows: "The only thing more powerful than hate is love."
Ooh, get used. Ooh, I can't wait for the woke indoctrination camps. Ooh, Matt, we're gonna make them all real, every single one. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna have proper indoctrination camps. We're gonna fucking have giant posters all over the place, just like inspirational posters. But instead of like an eagle saying "Good job, buddy, you can do it," it's just gonna be Chairman Mao, and it's just gonna be pointing at you saying, "Get more woke, cracker. Get more woke, Whitey." We're gonna have so many posters that say coexist in all the ones that you don't like too. It's going to be all the Jewish ones. It's going to be all the Buddhist ones. They're going to have some Hindu in there, some Chinese. No Christians though. Can't have Christians. You're going to have to get rid of that. We're going to have
oh, we're going to have big old banners on the side that you have to wake up. Every time you wake up, underneath the bunk above you, it's going to display that very message. The only thing stronger than hate is love. And they're going to play Bad Bunny all night long. You're going to walk out of there singing the fucking you're going to walk out of there knowing every word to every Bad Bunny song. Matt, oh, I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. Wokeness is coming for you, buddy. Wokeness 2.0. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Brat Walsh wants to be dominated by love. I will allow it. I will allow it, Nehemia.
Now, the implication, of course, is that if you don't want the Super Bowl halftime show to be conducted in a foreign...
Damn Sputnik. Quote, get more woke, cracker. Mao Zedong. I need... I'm just thinking of that fucking meme of Steve Carell. You miss half all the shots you don't take or whatever the fuck it is, Wayne Gretzky, and then the second attribution, Mao Zedong. That would be so fucking great. Somebody make that meme for us.
Language. And if you don't want to watch gay men grinding on each other when you're trying to see a football game with your family, then
then miss out on the halftime show, bitch. Oh, is he gonna hold up Kid Rock? Please.
You're a hateful person. You're part of the problem.
You are part of the problem, Matt.
The people telling you this, the people who put that banner up and who organized this halftime show in the first place, have no shame whatsoever. I mean, they've been on a mission to exclude whites from the halftime show for 7 years. They've supported
which is how you can tell, because the halftime show prominently featured a section dedicated to Lady Gaga. So, obviously excluding all the whites there, I guess. You fucking moron.
Political party that exists at this point to replace whites at a demographic level. And now they're literally spiking the football to celebrate what they've accomplished. But in the same breath, while they're doing all this and being as explicit about it as they possibly can, they tell you that you're the hateful one. If you object, if you even fail to stand and applaud your own replacement, to applaud as your...
See, he's so spitting angry, he's starting to trip over his words. Oh, it... Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good for me. I feel the power. This must be what it feels like when Bane finally gets to, like, power up. Just like, oh. Love it. I feed on you, Matt.
Cultural events, your iconic cultural events, are taken over and subverted and used to celebrate cultures that, by the way, have nothing to do with football whatsoever. That's the other thing. Latin Americans have nothing.
Yeah, no, also, not to mention Green Day opening. It was so fucking funny when somebody shared, they were like, oh, I miss when Green Day wasn't political, because Billy Joe was out here being like, yo, fuck these motherfuckers. And as Billy Joe Armstrong is wont to do. And somebody posted, like, the cover. I used to listen to Dookie in high school all the time, and I miss when bands didn't feel the need to get political. And then, like, people were just zooming in on the album cover for Dookie, because it's a bunch of, it's a lot of little vignettes and little drawings. And a lot of them are, like, people robbing police officers, and Justice for Rodney, I think, is one of them, which was a reference to Rodney King. Is just so good. So good. Anyway, buddy.
To do with the NFL. Historically, they've contributed nothing to the NFL. And even today, there's a record number of Hispanics in the NFL. Do you know how many that is? 32 on active rosters in the past year in 2020.
Okay, buddy. Then why? Here's the funny part that nobody seems to, like, really, or at least Matt, like, the halftime show does not need to be about football. Is he also mad that all of the trailers and all of the commercials weren't football focused? Like, does he just not understand how performances work? Like, did you expect them to just be playing football during the halftime show? What? Uncle Simrick, thank you very much for $10. Did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why didn't you? Even when I was conservative, I never understood the hate of other cultures, the American myth of a melting pot of cultures. When I was a conservative growing up, that was, like, of the many, many things my mother did and taught me that were wrong, one of the things that stuck is that my mom always had whereas my grandparents do not. And my mother, it's this bizarre kind of racism that a lot of white people have. Where, so for example, my mom grew up in the South, right? And I mean like deep South, like Mississippi, Arkansas, Jesus, Mississippi, Alabama, South, not Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, South. And as somebody who grew up in the South, she knew a lot of black people. And so for my growing up, I never heard my mom be racist against black people at all. And whereas I would hear it occasionally from my grandparents, particularly when Obama was president. However, my grandparents were racist against Latin people, are racist against Latin people. One of the many reasons I don't talk to them. And through my childhood, my mom has gotten a lot better about it and has started deconstructing and unpacking over the years. But my mom would do this, like the same things. And over time, it was this bizarre thing where I would be told as a kid, I would be told that, people are equal. You shouldn't hate somebody based on your race. Of course, these are the things I was taught. But the way people act versus what they teach kids is very different. And you can learn a lot from that as a kid. You can either try and deconstruct that, which is what I did. That led to me not being a conservative anymore. Because it's like, well, wait, I learned this growing up. I was told that people deserve a chance in America, that people don't deserve to be discriminated against because of who they are. And then to hear all of these other things that they're claiming, that at the end of the day, you are just discriminating against people. Conservative DD. I mean, I'm talking like when I was in high school or middle school, not even high school.
25. That's an average of 1 per team. And yet we're going to take the biggest football game of the year, devote the entire halftime show to celebrating this culture? Why?
Oh, you fucking bet. You fucking bet. And under Wokeness 2.0, Matt, we're taking the rest of them. We're taking the rest of them and giving them to everybody else. We're going to have a halftime show for the MLB playoffs. That's going to be all quadriplegic Asians. That's it. That's it. Next halftime show at the Super Bowl, it's going to be all black lesbians. It's going to be this way for the rest of your life. You better get used to it, Matty boy. Pack up your fucking flannel. We should get baby metal. We should get baby metal. Baby metal would fucking whip. It's every stage under Woke 2.0, Matt, is going to look like a fucking Benetton ad. You won't know what hit you.
I mean, why not have a halftime show devoted to 20 minutes to celebrating, Vietnam or Norway or just any...
What the fuck? You don't even think before you... I swear, I know he doesn't speak before or think before he fucking speaks. Like the idea that it's like, oh yeah, why don't we might as well... Yeah, dude, let's talk about the socioeconomic relationship of we probably owe some shit to fucking Vietnam too. Why not? Why not?
Any other random country that has nothing to do with football at all.
Oh my God.
But you see, only Peruvians and Mexicans and Venezuelans are allowed to have national pride. If you have any national pride, then you're a horrible person.
No, it's because you don't have national pride, Matt. If you had national pride, you would have pride for Puerto Rico. If you had national pride, you would have pride for South America. If you had national pride and the cognizance to think through what the fuck you're saying, you would have pride in every hardworking immigrant who this country has been built and is still built on the backs of. Even as we pillage and detain and kill and deport them because of sick fucks like you who think that somehow getting rid of these hardworking people who want just a small piece, just a fragment, a shred of a hope of that American dream. Because you cannot bear to see another person of another skin tone earn their place here. I am sick and tired of these motherfuckers.
Now, to be clear, no one in the NFL's audience actually appreciates this messaging or buys into it or enjoys it.
Which you can tell by the fact that everybody loved it. You can tell by the fact that it got nothing but rave reviews. You can tell by the fact that everybody in the arena was jamming. Okay, dude.
Certainly no one thinks that Bad Bunny actually produces real music. And to illustrate that point, here's footage from inside the stadium.
What do you fucking
during
think?
this halftime show? Look.
What do you mean produces real music? What the fuck do you listen to, dude?
Look how enthralled these people are. Watch.
I see people dancing, bitch.
It's completely dead. I mean, aside, there's a couple people dancing. Other than them, like if you just saw that without any context, you would think they were attending some sort of candlelight vigil.
Okay. Would you, dipshit? Yeah, it's literally the most watched halftime show in history. Oh, my beautiful liar. Next year, Trans-Siberian Trans Orchestra. Oh, that's fucking good.
I think this was a memorial service or a funeral.
No, is this a white men can't jump moment? Is this just like he is mad white men got no rhythm? Like that's I wouldn't doubt that's what it is. I wouldn't doubt that at some point in Matt's childhood, he had a traumatic episode where some kids were playing like the Sugar Hill Gang on a boombox at the playground, and he tried dancing along with everybody else and just ended up doing like a rickety-ass Carlton dance. And people were like, man, white boy got no rhythm. And that was his Austrian painter moment. That was his moment, his origin story as a villain. Like it was that, and then going to a country buffet one time and having too much hot queso on something. It was like, oh, everybody has to pay for this. I have to make this everybody else's problem.
People just standing there somberly, quietly, confused by the whole spectacle and certainly not enjoying it. Because despite all the money and hype and heavy-handed messaging, there's no crowd reaction whatsoever. A juggling act would have been better, a lot better. And again, more enjoyable, because the other thing about this music, let's just be clear about it, is that it sucks.
I love, and here we go into the, again, you might notice some similarities between the assertions of people that we've covered before, like Matt Walsh and Asmongold, for example. Now, you might look at them and be like, well, Matt Walsh at least has the appearance of somebody who maybe a little bit too carefully, applies pomade, takes a shower once in a while, as opposed to Asmongold. But they're actually very similar in a lot of ways, mostly being the ever reliable conservative fallback of just trust me. That this is obviously so true. Because despite the fact that these people have no knowledge, background, understanding, training, appreciation for things like art, things like culture on a broad sense, they will still give you their entirely unimpeded opinions as though they fucking matter. I need people to understand not all opinions are created equally. And we need more than ever to be able to tell people to their fucking face, no, you're wrong and you're a fucking idiot. There are people who are not worth debating. It is worth understanding why they're wrong. It is worth being able to push back for yourself, if nothing else, because education is universal and everybody can benefit from it. Nobody should be static and everybody should always be open to learning more. That is where these people falter. As they go through life believing by the simple right of their own magnificence that they were born with, that they are innately gifted and unique, even though they do not contribute anything artistically, even though they do not contribute anything creatively. They do not have any creative endeavors or dreams. They have never taken a film class. They do not study these things. They simply believe that they can look at something, and because it does not appeal to them, they are ordained, practically, to give their opinion on it, as though that gives it any weight. It does not. I am sorry that so many people have grown up watching Angry Video Game Nerd, have grown up watching Your Movie Sucks, and Red Letter Media, and all of these other things that have given them the idea that you can just parrot these opinions with no basis and it's somehow valid, because that's not the thing you should have taken away from those critics. Those people who spend thousands of hours of their time, whatever you want to say about them personally. Angry Video Game Nerd, totally fine. Red Letter Media, whatever. Whatever you want to say about them personally, there are still people who've spent hundreds of hours honing that craft of criticism and understanding art. The same cannot be said for ding-dongs like this. Just something to keep in mind as we go through. Nehemia, thank you for another 5. Matt Walsh should shave his beard, show us all what it truly means to be an American Chad. I wonder if he has like a... Yeah, I wonder if as he's gotten like a little bit bulkier and a little bit more paunched up, I wonder if his neck is like starting to get a little bit more convex. Maybe I think he has hid the neck recently in a lot of years.
The music itself, just
the curmudgeonly crumpet. Not gonna lie, the only negative feedback is why was Lady Gaga there. So there's actually a really good number of like critics and studies who have talked about this and the significance that Latin music particularly has to white audiences, which was the read I've seen on it, which I'm willing to give more credence to. Especially considering how very obviously tailored and intentional all the aspects of symbolism were throughout the entire thing. There's a lot of quote-unquote appreciation, but it is more the commercialization of Latin culture and Latin music among white people. So, for example, a lot of times people will have mariachi bands, people will have Latin musicians sing at their weddings done by white people. And it is this kind of passive consumption that usually goes labeled as appreciation of this culture, even as so much of American culture right now is victimizing and scapegoating Latin Americans of all stripes. It is not just, we talked about it already today, it's not just violent offenders and all that shit. So for a lot of people, I think it was a moment of seeing that kind of inverted with a genuine amount of respect from Lady Gaga, who is, a very progressive voice, who is a wonderful musician. And that's the thing that you do, I get. Oh, and I don't want to say Red Letter Media is like chuddy or anything. I've just never really fucked with them. I find them annoying personally. Like, if you like them, more power to you. That's just me. It was more of a appreciation is what it came across from me. And apparently Bad Bunny said Gaga is one of his idols, which is like, hey, that's real as hell. That's real as hell. A Latin American I like that, John Doe. I like the idea of Lady Gaga as Italian American, so she's Latin American by extension.
At an artistic level is bad. Like, a Latin American Hispanic pop music is awful. It all sounds exactly the same. If you actually,
it straight up doesn't, dude. It all sounds exactly. Oh, you're a fucking. Have you spent a lot of time in the browsing the Latin American top hits playlist? You're a big fan, huh? What, you got a lot of Enrique, you got a lot of Ricky on your iPod? The fuck, man?
Listen, if you were to get a translation of the lyrics, it's like, it's even worse slop than what you would get from, an American pop star. And that's not great either.
Okay.
But they're just like saying nothing. It's just, even if they were doing this in English, it would still be gibberish. Because they're saying nothing. It's the same beat. It's the same sound over and over and over again. There's no variety. There's no artistry. There's no substance. There's no meaning at all. It's just bad music. Like, it's bad. And that's one way. Every
Again, he has to. I think the reason that he's only shown 2 incredibly brief clips here, because he can't show too much here, because even just the organization of the show proves how fucking wrong he is. That there's no meaning here. There's no symbolism. There's just nothing. Because as I was just talking about, it is rife, top to bottom, with incredibly crafted and tailored symbolism and cultural meaning. That, even though I don't understand the lyrics, I am imagining probably correlate to the music being played. The cope. My God, Nehemia, thank you very much. Holy shit, you've been donating a lot today. Bro listened to Despacito once and decided that was enough Latin American culture for him. I don't think he even got through Despacito. I think he probably fucking I would be surprised if he like heard a Santana song and was like, oh, this is a Mexican name. like would get mad over that. That's the kind of white bread he is. Archangel 9363, thank you for 10. Thought exercise. If Matt never got lucky as a right-wing pundit, never shutting the F up about anything in short and narrow line of sight, would he have been better than a locale found on Kiwi Farms? No. No, because I think he would have just like been nobody. Like he would have just been another guy just like him. Like all the comments I was talking about earlier where people are like, yeah, this guy reminds me of a lot of other... Like the world is full of Matt Walshes. People who go through life thinking they're better than everybody else but don't really do or contribute anything. The only difference between them and him is he failed upwards. He got lucky. Do I have memes for when the big orange dies? Oh no, I don't have memes. I'm just gonna be streaking. I'm just gonna be streaking. Lily Kitty 1988, thank you for $5. Pretty sure I recall Matt once tweeted vanilla was the only good ice cream flavor. That sounds about right. That sounds... I'm gonna pull in Always Sunny. Is like, that doesn't sound right, but I don't know enough about stars to dispute it. But I think it does sound right, actually.
Person you see today, I'm enjoying all these like middle-aged white people on social media, especially like media people who feel like they have to pretend that
oh God, Matt, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do, let me tell you, buddy, you don't want to pull the they're just pretending they like it card when I know you're going to talk about the TPUSA show. Don't do that, man. Have a modicum of fucking self-respect. Like, to be like, oh, they think this Bad Bunny shit was good, but have you heard about Kid Rock? Is that where we're going, Matt? Come on, man.
they enjoyed the performance. Gee whiz, that was that. I really enjoyed that. Oh, really? Did you? Yeah, really? You're going to go download some Bad Bunny on your Spotify? Are you really? You enjoyed it, huh? You thought it was a good performance? No, you didn't. No, you did not. But you think you have...
This is wild. He is just sputtering mad. Oh. It's giving me life. I need people to, again, if you think they're mad now, I want you to think of how mad it would make these motherfuckers to see those ICE detention facilities overrun by protesters and the prisoners let out. Think of how mad that would fucking make them. Think of how mad it's going to make them when we take back the House and take back control of the government from them. Think of how mad it's going to make them when we dismantle ICE. Let that give you life and fuel your resistance to them. We might not get to see the better world that we want to build for our children, but we can make a better world tomorrow by just pissing these assholes off.
To pretend you did, because otherwise you're racist.
You're just racist, dude.
Now, it's not hard to see how we ended up here, being force-fed slop from the third world at the single most watched sporting event of the year. After watching the halftime show, here was the reaction from John Kasich, who's the former governor of Ohio. He's also a Republican, allegedly. Quote, "Love the halftime show, which celebrates the wonderful Latino culture.
Allegedly.
Great pick and great show. Bad Bunny hit a grand slam home run." That's, that's a good sports analogy for the Super Bowl. This guy doesn't even know what... You could not write a more out-of-touch tweet if you wanted to.
Matt, I feel like you've got some probably in the running. I feel like you got some probably in the running. I feel like it was also a very obvious joke there.
I was really enjoying the Super Bowl. They hit a grand slam home run. They got the 3-pointer. That was a...
Do you think a grown-ass man doesn't know what they're doing there? Like in American politics, a Republican politician. Come on, dude. Come on, dude.
Nothing but net from the 3-point line with that halftime show. That's the mainstream view of the establishment wing of the Republican Party, and it was our only option before Donald Trump. Just just these totally spineless, gutless leaders who are deathly afraid of being called racist.
You're just a racist, Matt. Adam 20102. Thank you for 5. Matt wouldn't know good if it was standing right next to him. Ain't that the fucking truth? Ain't that the fucking truth?
You could put Latinx hookers up on the screen along with a guy who can't sing or speak English, and a set that comes complete with a replica of a bodega and an EBT accepted here sign on the 50-yard line. Let's, not making that up. They actually had that sign as part of the halftime show because they had to include as part of this is a tribute to Latin American culture, and so that has to include EBT.
No, it's because despite a lot of the actions of government and regulative bodies, people who come here to America to work hard in these communities, who build up these cities, who are still deprived of that American dream, have still managed to find a way to flourish. It is a celebration of the fortitude of Latin culture and the people who make up the diverse fabric of America, Matt. Again, so rich of him to be like, oh, there's obviously no meaning here. It's like, no, dude, it was just too I don't know if it was too obvious or just he's being purposefully obtuse. I think it's more purposefully obtuse, but also he might have just completely not understood it properly.
Like, even in their tribute to their own culture, they're admitting that, oh yeah, like 90% of us are on welfare. Welfare is part of our culture. And the Republican elites just lap it up, or pretend to anyway.
Lap it up. Mr. Chuck Grape, thank you for 5. It motivates me knowing that people will have to watch the world celebrate Trump's passing, knowing it'll never happen for their enemies. Ooh, I'm gonna. Every one of those motherfuckers is gonna have to block me. I'm gonna be so annoying when Trump goes. Me and every other person on the planet. Oh, I'm gonna be going war boy with it. I will be going crazy, running down the street, getting in people's faces. Thank you for $5. Matt Walsh's favorite art style is Nazi propaganda poster. You're probably not too far off there. Probably not too far off.
It's like that image of Jacob Fry pretending to like the garbage Somali food as he nearly chokes to death on it. It's like that. John Kasich is a big part of the reason why Ohio is currently overrun with migrants from Haiti and Somalia.
El Salve, thank you for
culture
2.
is wonderful.
Bad Bunny is funded by Soros to
foreigners
disrupt
flood into
Trump.
small towns like Springfield that can't remotely sustain them. He's happy when
they flood into small towns that can't remotely sustain them, as though all of those people. Remember when we checked out the Haitians? They're eating the dogs, they're eating cats, and you go and you find out that actually no, these immigrant communities are going and reinvigorating small towns because the old ass white people are dying off, and there's nobody to keep doing those jobs and working in those factories. You fucking moron! You lying piece of shit!
Take American jobs and homes. Diversity is our strength. These Republicans will repeat until eventually no one can understand them anymore because no one speaks English. Now, this wing of the Republican Party can never be allowed to hold power again.
Oh,
and that's
buddy.
because, as the NFL halftime show
that's your
demonstrated,
best case scenario.
the left
from now
is
on.
now done pretending that the Great Replacement is a conspiracy theory. They don't think they have to pretend anymore. They believe truly that they've imported enough foreigners already in order to seize control of the United States from Americans. They're under the impression that permanent political control is theirs for the taking. That's the only reason why they put on a halftime show that completely ignores
I just feel like that one fucking gif of Sally
no
Airy
effort to speak to them or even be intelligible to them. And it's also why a top Texas lawmaker, the leader of the Democrat caucus in the state, in fact, recently said the quiet part out loud. Really, he screamed the quiet part out loud. He just came right out and said that, yes, it's time for non-whites to unite against their white oppressors and seize control of the United States. Here's that lawmaker, Gene Wu. This is from an interview that was recently resurfaced on social media by the account End Wokeness. And good timing also, because like I said, it lines up perfectly with the halftime show we all watched, or maybe you didn't watch, wisely enough, but you saw the clips of it. Anyway, here's Gene Wu.
I always tell people the day the Latino, African-American, Asian, and other communities realize that they share the same oppressor is the day we start winning. Because we are the majority in this country now. We have the ability to take over this country and to do what is needed for everyone. And to
Oh no! That's just straight up true though. Like, and you can extend that. It is not just them. It is anybody who wants to stand against you. That is, it's not white people, by the way, Matt. Like, white people are going to be included in this. You aren't, because you're a little Weasley cracker bitch. But the rest of us are going to be living it up with Bad Bunny. All the halftime Latinas.
to make things fair. But the problem is our communities are divided. They're completely divided.
Latino, African-American, Asian, and other communities share the same oppressor, according to Gene Wu.
Yeah, they do.
These non-white demographic groups are the majority now.
I can't, again, as we are, it doesn't fucking escape me that we just got done watching videos on our fucking concentration camps we're building right now, and he's like, apparently, all of these people are oppressed. in this country, oppressed by white people, as he's going on this long-ass diatribe about how whiteness is being invaded and everything's being taken from us and we're being forced through a humiliation ritual. It's like, you don't fucking listen to the shit that you say.
Says, and they can take over the country. Now, he doesn't explicitly mention the word white
We're gonna
because
skip
he doesn't
through
have
a
to.
little bit. What else are you talking
We
about?
all know who he's talking about. In Gene Wu's ideology, which is the ideology of the entire Democrat Party.
Okay. Let's skip it a little
This
bit.
is one of the leading Democrats in the state of Texas going on camera to talk about seizing the country from white Americans. But Republicans can't be bothered. Meanwhile, as you may have seen, Republicans were outraged, genuinely livid, over the allegation that Donald Trump has supposedly shared a racist meme on Truth Social depicting.
Supposedly, there's nothing supposed about it. There's nothing supposed about it. The bullshit about like, oh, he just liked it because of the Lion King thing. There's no gorillas in Lion King, dog. No gorillas in Lion King. What the fuck are you talking about? Supposedly racist. That was minstrel era racism. That was Jim Crow shit, dog.
Barack and Michelle Obama as gorillas in The Lion King. Now, it's a false allegation, as we'll discuss in a moment, but even if the allegation were true, the reaction would still be completely absurd, over the top, and embarrassing in every way. I mean, we should be past the point in this country where an edgy meme or cartoon.
Edgy meme or cartoon. So, okay, let me get this right. You cannot wrap your head around another culture being celebrated in a country made up of a diverse culture, and then also from Puerto Rico, which is part of America. But even if it was true, you're fine with Trump sending racist, edgy memes as the what you would call the leader of the free world? The fuck?
And even one that some people think is racist and offensive is a national crisis. But here we are. And here is Tim Scott of South Carolina to start off. Quote,
for a conquistador. That's a fucking funny term. Matt being mad about the cultures born in the wakes of Cortez, Pizarro, Columbus, and other Spaniards too cowardly to fight the Ottomans is peak irony and hypocrisy. Oh no, he'd absolutely call them fucking Chads and shit like that.
Praying it was a fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it.
Yeah, it was racist, dude.
Really, Tim? You're praying? You saw a cartoon of Barack Obama as a monkey and you fell to your knees in prayer over it? You're praying? Oh, Lord, save us.
Why does he take everything so literally? God.
Save us from the meme.
I know I'm poking fun at him, but it gets very draining listening. I'm sure everybody else here can attest. It gets draining listening to him after a while.
Lord, Lord. I find that hard to believe, Tim. I find it hard to believe you've ever prayed ever in your life, actually. And here's Senator Katie Britt of Alabama, another politician who was floated by the establishment as a potential VP for Trump just a couple of years ago.
He just had nothing on the Super Bowl.
The fact that we have decided to pretend that this is normal every day is a moral abomination. Have we anything a prudent leader? Our president often...
hang on. Lack of apology. Like, this is oh, okay, so he just started splitting it into the Lion King shit. Because he said nothing, offered nothing of substance, had no real proof to what he was saying. Okay, cool. Rad, dude. Awesome. No, this is 1.25.
The other thing we're talking about is so much worse that there can't possibly be time in the day to worry about a meme. And, treating a meme like it's a terrorist attack, reacting to it with the same outrage that you might react to a school shooting, is not only absurd, but grotesque.
Nobody did that.
But Republicans can't bring themselves to say that. They're fine with Gene Wu advocating for non-whites to rise up against their white oppressors, but they draw the line at AI videos of the Lion King. In other words, in the Republican Party, white people are held to a much higher standard than non-whites. This is civil rights era thinking, where white liberals would give the benefit of the doubt to so-called minorities on the theory that any
civil rights era, where famously, that famous era, good God. Yeah, pretty shitty example when conservatives have never given a fuck about school shootings. Exactly, Tony.
Dysfunction or racial hatred when expressed by non-whites was merely a symptom of their oppression. That's why Gene Wu can get up there and say that. He can label an entire race the oppressors and say we want to, rule over them. And the white liberal way of thinking is well, but he's not white. And if he feels that way, then he's allowed to feel that way.
He never said rule over, you idiot.
And over time, that oppression would wane and equality would be the new normal. That was the idea. So what's going on here is pretty clear. The Republican establishment wants Trump gone. And for the moment, they're willing to join forces with anti-white Democrats in order to fumigate.
That's fucking crazy, dude. Oh my God. So, granted, I didn't watch a lot of this, but he keeps bringing up the Gene Wu thing. And what it sounds like, he is just, because people spoke out against Trump's claims and because Republicans praise Bad Bunny's performance, he's casting it as a conspiracy that Republicans are trying to get Trump out of there by allying with the woke left. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
To the America First movement entirely. So they'll ignore Democrats who call for the eradication of white people. They'll pretend to like the third world slop halftime show. They'll ignore the fact that millions of Americans, more than 10 million by my last count, watched the Turning Point USA halftime show. Actually, it's up to 20 million now.
Oh, is this, wow, overnight just went up by 20. Wow.
But the important thing to remember is that these Republicans don't represent anyone. They're not equipped to handle the fight that's coming. They're not remotely representative of the majority of the voting public, which put Donald Trump in the White House.
Oh, buddy.
Especially after last night. We can have no tolerance for these people in our party or the America First movement any longer.
He's so mad.
It could not be any more obvious that a war on white Americans, our culture, our country, language, is now underway. It's very explicit.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a war Democrats can only win if we pretend not to notice what they're doing.
God, wait, yeah, where would we be if, like, without whiteness in America? Imagine just the paradise and Applebee's on every corner. None of your food salted or seasoned. Like, just a nation of people in tracksuits. Everybody's room looks like a rustic cabin with everything picked out of fucking Banana Republic, like Matt Walsh here.
So let's jettison the easily outraged politicians who claim to lead us, the ones who aren't capable of defending
his mind
the rights and culture
is
of
just
all Americans,
a steel trap, but
Americans.
he's trapped inside.
And let's start noticing.
Huh! Whoa, dude.
Now let's get to our 5 headlines.
Jesus Christ. Five headlines. Epstein survivors, U.S. Olympians criticize. I want to watch him bitch about the U.S. Olympians just a little bit. We want to watch a little bit of Olympics cope while he's like, what have these people ever done for me? Even though, hey, Matt, they're representing the country in the Olympics. You represent nobody, nowhere except the internet, buddy. You are a small, useless, useful idiot in a much bigger machine. Mackenzie, thank you very much for $5. I see MAGA falling apart its foundation and people like Walsh aren't taking it well. The social mandate, oh yeah. Societal mandate they thought has backfired bad. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of the cope and like desperation that you're hearing, where it's like, we must realize we're under attack, and like all this shit is from Matt coping. And then Archangel, thank you for 10. Oh, I already read that one. Sorry. But thank you again.
And I hope that when people look at athletes compete in the Olympics, they realize that that's the America that we're trying to represent.
It brings up mixed emotions to represent the U.S. right now, I think. It's a little hard. There's obviously a lot going on that I'm not the biggest fan of, and I think a lot of people aren't. If it aligns with my moral values, I feel like I'm representing it. Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
That's fucking fair. Like, dog, what you as a, again, I love this mentality that so many of these podcast bros have, where it's just like, oh, just do your job, just dance, like we don't need to hear you talk about stuff. It's like, okay, you live your life by the mantra that you have the freedom of speech and you can say whatever you want at any time and it's your right as an American, and then the second somebody disagrees with you from any position of power or authority, you're immediately like, well, I don't want, they shouldn't be saying this isn't their job. It's like, tough shit. That's the cookie. That's how it crumbles. El Salve, thank you for 5. MAGA claims Russia is the bastion of white culture, despite Russia being very multicultural and allows Chechnya to practice Sharia. Why the hypocrisy? I don't know enough about Chechnyans who practice Sharia to really talk about that. But I think it's also a fetishization of the overall very culturally conservative attitudes, where, you know, it's the same shit that happens every time they're like, oh, look, some African country made it a crime to be gay, and that's because that's the kind of violent theocracy they want to enact. So I would say it's probably more of that.
Yes, So yeah, I just kind of want to do it for my friends and my family and the people that support me getting here.
I have mixed emotions. I have mixed emotions representing America. You know, on the one hand, America has given me everything that I have, and I have the most amazing life, and every good thing I have in my life is because.
Okay, so here's again this kind of quandary that I always think of is like, okay, here you have at the highest echelons of athletic achievement, these people who have strove for years to reach this Olympic level, the elite of their field. America didn't give them that. They worked hard for that. This is the kind of the bootstraps propaganda we all love. The hard work in America that you're supposed to do. The same hard work that people like Latin Americans do all the time. The jobs that white Americans don't want to do. And when it comes down to it, suddenly it's like, oh no, America did all this for you. America's not a person, jackass. America doesn't have a desire. America is a collective. It is a melting pot and always have been. The fuck are you talking about? America, without America, you wouldn't be able to do this. Yeah, without America, Renee Nicole Good would still be alive. Without America, countless millions in the Middle East, in South America, would still be alive. Do you want to talk about what America has done for the world? Why don't you talk about what America has done to the world, Matt?
Because of America. But on the other hand, ICE agents look scary with their masks, and it makes my tummy hurt when they arrest Mexican pedophiles. You know, I got mixed emotions. Mixed emotions. I truly have. I mean, I hope these people lose. I hope any Olympic athlete complaining about America on the world stage loses and is humiliated.
How are they doing, chat? How are they doing? Have they won the gold yet?
I hope they work their whole life to get to this moment and then fail.
That would be, yeah. That would suck, Matt. But that would still be more work than you've ever done, and farther than you've ever gotten.
That's what I hope. Both of those guys, I don't know who they are. I hope they fail. I hope they lose. I hope they fail. That's what they deserve.
I don't know who they are. I don't know
deserve
what
to be
they
there.
did.
Like, how dare you? Disloyalty is beneath contempt. This is snake behavior. This is rodent behavior. No loyalty, no gratitude.
Gratitude.
And even if there were legitimate reasons to be angry about...
Even if there were legitimate reasons. I feel like civilians being shot in the fucking head are pretty legitimate reasons, Matt. You scum fuck rat fucker piece of shit.
ICE, which there aren't.
There aren't.
But even if there were, you don't voice those objections at the Olympics in a different country.
Oh, okay. Where do you? Because here again, we get this idea of like, well, even if you had this, you shouldn't do this here. You shouldn't do it where you're given a platform to talk about it. You shouldn't do it where everybody's going to notice. No. If you're going to exercise your free speech, the thing Matt clings so dearly to, you need to do it in a way that causes no kerfuffles. You need to do it in a way that's convenient for people like him. Convenient for his audience to keep pretending, living in this fantasy world where America has never done anything wrong and never will, and everything is just happy hunky-dory with their fucking 52-inch plasma screen TVs and their nice little gated communities with their security systems and their alarms.
In front of the world. You just don't do that.
You just don't do
that. You keep that in-house.
What the fuck?
I mean, that's like, even if I had reasons to be mad at my family, which I don't, but if I did...
Okay, that's not the fucking same, you idiot. And this goes back to, again... That's not how squatters' rights work, El Salve. Lil EP Girl, thank you for $2. Hasn't ICE been filled with PDF files? Oh, yeah. Almost certainly. Almost certainly.
And I'm out in public, and you come up to me in public in front of a crowd and say, hey, Matt.
Again, he does this all the time where he says, well, this thing that is absolutely... I'm going to present you with a hypothetical. That is absolutely not the same in scale, in any kind of scope, in any relationship to the thing that we're talking about. And I'm going to present it as though it is a comparable alternative. It is not. I'm going to present it that way to make myself feel smarter. Because, see, look, now I've presented this idea. It's not the same to feel a civic duty to speak up for your disagreement with the way the American government is handling things. It's like, well, you wouldn't talk shit about your family if somebody ran up to you. Well, that's not the fucking same as an Olympic-level athlete being asked questions before their performance on a world stage. Like, you having... I don't know, Matt, if you really want to go into it again. We were talking about what you said about Josh Duggar earlier. I don't know if he really wants to get into that. But not exactly the same as somebody having a grievance over unaccountable masked thugs murdering American civilians.
Care to share your complaints about your family?
Not the fucking same.
I'm going to say, hey, care to kiss my ass? Care to leave me the hell alone, you scumbag? You care to do that? Because whatever issues I may have, if I have issues with my family, I'm not going to publicize them.
Well,
that's in-house. That's for us. That is private. And the same goes for my country. That is in-house.
No, it's not. No, it's not, motherfucker. Okay, again, are we the light of the world, or do we just keep everything inside? Are we just the leading the world and everybody's so jealous of us and we change everything and we're the leaders of Western civilization? The narratives that he loves to talk about. Or do we just have to keep to ourselves? We're just we're small bean. We're just little America over here. Like, fuck off, dude.
That is a disloyalty, a total lack of gratitude, and it should be condemned. This is not about free speech. I've heard some people defending this, saying free speech is an American value. Yeah, they have the right to say that.
Yeah.
They have the right to be disloyal snakes who go to a foreign country when they're supposed to be representing America, flying.
Okay, the fact that you say that means that you don't think they have that right. If you call them, oh, they're disloyal, this is treasonous and all this shit. No. You don't actually believe it. All right. Now, after he shit-talked people for pretending to like Bad Bunny's history-making performance, I gotta know. What does he have to say about the halftime show starring Kid Rock? Starring somebody with actual pedophile lyrics. Talking about wanting to... Young ladies, I like them underage, see? What does he say about that, huh? I wonder. Also, Anonymous, thank you for gifting a Tier 1 sub to Von Munchausen.
And then now that the video is up to 20 million views just since last night, and just on one platform. But this was on Rumble, this was on Daily Wire, this was on, this was on a bunch of, I think it was on X, a bunch of other platforms.
It wasn't on X, but also being like, oh yeah, it was all the places that people watch things. Rumble, the Daily Wire. That's not one of them, buddy. I don't think that's one of them. Adam201028, thank you for 5. I say this as an Australian, but you can't be patriotic while refusing to acknowledge the flaws in every country. Matt doesn't have love for U.S. Thank you very much.
And
that is true.
So massive win. What I guess the theme of the show today is being fed up. What I'm also fed up with are all of the conservatives nitpicking and counter signaling and complaining. And there's a lot of that going on today after the TPUSA show. And I'm so sick of it. I really am. I'm fed.
Are you sick of people complaining about this fucking backwoods hinky ass traveling carnival bullshit show they put on where they dragged what appears to be the corpse of Kid Rock out on stage to loosely lip sync and everybody noticed, where none of the performers sounded like they'd even done vocal warm-ups before being shoved onto a platform with the most I have never seen, we watched this together, chat, on stream. I've never seen pyrotechnics have erectile dysfunction until today. Like, there's some room to criticize, buddy.
Fed up with it. TPUSA gets this incredible win. I mean, they go out and take a big swing.
Oh, yeah.
Do you realize how insane this is? Do you realize?
Yeah, with all that dono money they got from Loma's pity party herself, Real big swing here to say, hey, Kid Rock, come jump around on stage for 10 minutes.
What, as someone from the outside, I had nothing to do with this whatsoever. So just as an outside observer.
Again, him being like, do you understand what a massive undertaking this was? And then to watch the Bad Bunny show and not even be able to, like, lying through your fucking teeth when you're saying this TPUSA filmed in this big-ass, empty-looking auditorium where you just have one country one country musician at a time come out and I'm talking about my flag. I just want to wave my flag, but these liberals got me down. It's so hard to be a Republican when people keep trying to cancel me on Twitter. And my children don't talk to me either. Like, that's the shit that he's like, wow, this is really great stuff. Like, can we just give it up to Turning Point USA for a second for being able to put this together? Like, wow, what an amazing. And then fucking Bad Bunny is creating a real-time live music video in front of millions of people that is so intensely crafted and coordinated in every aspect that it's seamless. Jaw-droppingly so. And he's like, well, there's nothing here. Like, obviously, this is just blah, 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 blah. God damn. Man. Wild. Nehemia, thank you very much for $5. Okay, but imagine Problematic Yowie starring Fem Shapiro and Brat Walsh. Would that not slap? I would slap somebody over that. There would be a slap. Oh, there would be slaps. There would be slaps going around. What are you talking?
Okay. This is crazy. Like, what they did was crazy. You're going to counter program the Super Bowl, and you're going to do it on platforms where there's a scoreboard, where we can all see how many viewers you're getting. That's insane. That's the kind of thing that if they had come to me and told me the plan and said, what do you think? I probably would have said, yeah, it's you should go for it. Sounds exciting. But I might have said, I think that's a maybe not. Like, I don't know if you should take that risk, because here's the thing. You're calling your shot, and you need to hit a grand slam, to mix metaphors, as John Kasich was, to borrow from his playbook.
So from Detroit Free Press, Apple Music Super Bowl 60 halftime show may have drawn as many as 135 million viewers. Turning Point USA. While millions did tune into this event, about 5 million people tuned into the event on YouTube. Dog. That is so much more fucking sad. Hey, cat, stop it. Get her. Get the cat, lady. Like, having even if let's take it. No, let's just say, for the sake of argument, that those 5 million views are real. The idea of 135 million to 5, and Matt's over here like, yeah, this is, I absolutely see this as a win. Like, are you you want to accuse other people of pretending, man? Okay.
You got to hit a grand slam, or it's a failure. Like, you need to get not thousands of viewers, and not even hundreds of thousands, but millions, tens of millions. You need millions of live viewers and tens of millions of total viewers, or it's an embarrassment. Right? Because you're going up against the Super Bowl. Now, you're not going to get, the Super Bowl averages 120 million viewers, 140 million or whatever globally. You're not going to do that, obviously. You don't need to. But to make a dent, to get a win, you need millions.
It's not, no. You need way more than that, dude. This, like, nobody at the Super Bowl is fucking giving a fuck. Anybody associated with that is laughing at you right now.
Like, it needs to be noticeable to the NFL, and they're never going to give us these numbers, ever, but, like, they have to be able to notice that viewership dropped off during the halftime show because people were going over.
There is, A, viewership always drops around the halftime show. B, the idea, like, so many people, it's probably more the inverse of anything. I'm willing to bet there are more people hate watching this bullshit briefly that when like me and the 4 other queer people I was watching with, who were like, yeah, let's just check this out. Like, that's 5 views right there. That's crazy. Rise Again, thank you for $2, Matt, erecting the go post after the game's over. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a great way to put it, actually. Thank you, Rise
To
Again.
TPUSA. And again, they're never going to tell us that. But internally, the NFL needs to notice it. If you get if you get 500,000 viewers total, that's you don't even notice that.
Yeah, words.
It's got to be so big that it would be noticed internally by the NFL, which I guarantee it was. And if you don't get it, then it's an embarrassment, you know? And this is the first really big swing they've taken after Charlie was killed. So this is, and they're, it's like, there's a lot at stake. And they went out and did it.
Is there?
I mean, they built an alternative, which is
Did
what we
they?
say we want.
Woof, dude. You know what? Yes, Matt. I actually, he's right. I encourage this. They should keep building alternatives to good things. They should keep. Yep, please, dude. I need you. I need people like Matt Walsh who have no interest and no understanding of art to keep building their alternative bullshit. The Puppy Bowl got more than double the viewership of the TPUSA show. Oh, the Puppy Bowl. Was that the trans girl Super Bowl? Call that a Puppy Bowl? Me and Koa getting high later call that Puppy Bowl. Hey, baby. I heard. Okay. Was it funny? Yeah. Was it cute? Yeah. Did you smile? Yeah. Okay. Call that a win. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's get. Can we get goats in chat? Can we get dubbies in chat? My girlfriend liked my joke.
They did more than just complain. Everyone's complaining about the halftime show. I complained about it. That they're having this anti-American halftime show. It's going to not even be in English. They're bringing in this guy who's not American to perform for a non-American audience.
Where is that? Where is? Oh, Puerto Rican. Oh, yes. Born Benito Antonio Martinez Ocasio in Bayamon and raised in Vega Baja, making him a Puerto Rican rapper singer. Wow, that's crazy. So he is American. You piece of shit.
Football is an American pastime. It's an American institution. And so we're all complaining about it. TPUSA says, well, okay, here's one thing we could do. We'll do our own. That'll send a message.
Is he ever, like, he barely talked about, because the thing he does to actually avoid engaging in any art is to be like, well, it was terrible. It was bad. And then that's all he'll ever say, because he probably didn't actually watch the Bad Bunny Super Bowl event. I'm genuinely curious. We got 12 minutes left. I'm genuinely curious. Not even that, because he cuts out towards the end here. I'm genuinely curious if he has a real assessment of the dog shit music that was there.
And they went up against the big boys and they delivered a big win. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know if everyone quite appreciates what an accomplishment it is. And now I go on X. I mean, there's a lot of conservatives that are happy about it and they're celebrating it, which is great. But I also see a bunch of conservatives whining, complaining, nitpicking. I didn't like the performer. I wish they got someone other than Kid Rock. First of all, they should have got someone bigger. I know what they should have done differently. They should have had a more famous person. Kid Rock was not. They should have had a bigger.
You may notice a trend here with Matt's work, and that is stop complaining. Just take whatever your side gives you, unless it's coming from the other side, in which case you will complain about everything with usually all of the same complaints. Like, that's what he's saying here. Is like, how dare you ungrateful worms not love all this work that Erica did getting Kid Rock to lip sync. Huh?
Pop star. First of all, do you idiots think they didn't think of that? You think it never occurred to them?
Okay, but if they thought of that, then Matt, that means that they couldn't. That means that was the best they could do. That means that this dub that you're fucking like absolutely holding up as a win. That means that the dub for you is Kid Rock? That the state of your win that you're like, yeah, no, we should absolutely be proud of this is Kid fucking Ba with the ba.
Try to get a big time pop star who's relevant right now in the current year? Of course they did.
Media Breakdown 8963. Thank you for 5. Just came in. Do we have comparisons of view numbers assuring we can trust the USA? Yeah, we just talked about it. Detroit Free Press was comparing. This is tentative. Some of this stuff will come out, but apparently 135 million roughly for the Super Bowl for Bad Bunny, and then about 5 million estimated according to the live view counter. Tuned in live. So a little bit of a difference there.
But you're not saying anything. Well, you did this, but I think it should have been better. I think
no, it's because again, this is a kind of like this feels like a lie by omission, because what he's admitting here is that no, they couldn't get anybody because anybody actually relevant or popular that people like and want to hear that would be a draw to anybody outside of these incredibly vacuum sealed isolation chambers that conservatives operate in would never come within 1,000 fucking meters of TPUSA. You're not going to get a more current, and that's the thing, Matt, I need that to sink in for you. I know introspection is not your thing. The most current and cool headliner the conservative movement could get for their answer to the cultural domination of the left was Kid Rock. That was the best. That was what they could do. VJ, why couldn't they get Nikki to do it? Yeah, honestly, I was kind of surprised they didn't get Nikki. I feel like she would have fucking jumped at the chance. What, she got a lot of other music coming out? I know the Barbs are sticking by her, but Jesus Christ, people do not like her. You know what? They probably, well, I don't know. I don't know how long this thing has been in the works. I suspect it was a last minute thing. Ebony, thank you for $4.99. My wife is a big country fan, woke, and she says you need to clip your little country song and put it on Spotify. Support real art. Thank you.
I think it should have been bigger. I think it should have been more. You should have got more famous people. Oh wow, thanks for that insight. Thanks for that valuable criticism. No one ever thought of that.
Again, as though he didn't just spend an hour whinging at shit that is easily disproven and also is completely wrong. And now he's getting mad at everybody else for criticizing Kid Rock. The hills he dies on, chooses to die on, are they're I don't have another word except for scrumptious to me. They fill me. They leave me just feeling so just right in my rumbly tumbly. I am so fulfilled by his rage. Oh, by the way, new Pendragon episodes. Let's go. I gotta still check out Pendragon Cycle. Maybe I'll do that this week. This week I want to get the Floating Rocks piece done. I'll be working a lot on that tomorrow. And then I'm gonna start on the Yellowstone piece. So wish me luck on that. But then we will get to Pendragon shit soon. I might just watch what is out there right now. Because if there's 4 episodes, I think that's halfway through the series, so I can do a first half, last half type thing. Because I want to stay a little bit current with that.
Until you said it. No, I'm sure the people at TPUSA, they thought that Kid Rock is just the biggest artist in the world, and there's no one bigger. That's what they thought. No, it couldn't be that they're aware of this, but it's really difficult to get someone to agree to something like this. Because you're TPUSA, so you're a conservative organization that already rules out most.
Just say it that there's nobody cool, there's nobody fashionable, there's nobody hip, there's nobody contributing to art in the meaningful way in a conservative movement. Just say it, dude. Be fucking honest. He is chicken shitting around this. He is just tap dancing on the edges of being able to admit that it's because you guys fucking suck, dog.
People who are in the entertainment business, and you're going up against the Super Bowl halftime show. It could be a huge embarrassment.
Yeah, it could. It sure could be, Matt. It sure could be. Wouldn't it be crazy if it was embarrassing? Wouldn't that be nuts?
So even most artists who might otherwise be tempted, they're looking at this and saying, well, what if we, like, what if I only get 500,000 viewers? It's going to look like I'm not a big star. That's going to be a reflection of me.
So you have to get somebody who doesn't care at all because it's the only views they're going to get either way. I see. Brilliant marketing mind at work here.
And so, they got Kid Rock. They got the biggest fish they could. And Kid Rock is a big name. He's also, by the way, an actually talented, multifaceted musician. You don't have to like his music, but he is. Like, he is objectively a much more talented musician than Bad Bunny. Like,
That's what I come here for. We come to this place to laugh, to cry. I love it. I love it. That's good for me. That's gonna keep me going for like 2 days. I'm just gonna become like an energy vampire. I'm gonna become one of those like wackadoo people who talks about like, oh my gosh, at my patchouli store I learned that you can actually eat only sunlight, so I'm on this new airtarian diet. Like, I'm gonna become like one of those people, except for just Matt Walsh's seething. Like, that's it. Just so good for me.
Like, by far, not even close. And so they got the biggest name they could. And then it's like, make it as big of an event as you can. Because here's the thing, think long term, which is what they're doing. This is why it's smart. If the gamble pays off, which it did, next year, well, now you just had one of the biggest streams in history.
Dog, the Super Bowl, they streamed to 5 million. Now he's gonna say, oh, the views make it 20 million. Views after the fact. Whatever. People tuning in to laugh at this dog shit. They reached 5 million, while the Super Bowl was streaming 135 million.
Like, you put on a show that tens of millions of people are going to see. Well, now, and very smartly, it was not political. So it wasn't a bunch of like Democrat bashing and all that kind of stuff. It was a.
No, it literally was. We watch again. Okay, so he straight up didn't watch it. He straight up didn't watch it. He didn't watch all the fucking songs that were like, I can't say anything about trans people or my daughter won't talk to me. Even though I get all my talking points from Fox News, that's just what I call being country. Like, he didn't fucking listen to all those fucking songs. No, he didn't watch it at all. He's like, no, it was completely unpolitical. It was just fine. And nobody was trying to do any liberal bashing or anything. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
It was a show.
It was a show.
With a huge audience. Well, next
with 200 people in the room.
Year, it's going to be much easier for bigger names to sign on.
Okay.
Because now you have this. You're like, hey, we got this. They'll end up with a total of we'll see. Maybe they end up with a total of 60 million or 50 or 60 million who watch this thing. Well, next year they can go to big, like huge name stars, and they can say, hey, we can get you 50 million viewers.
Okay, I'm dying to know, who do we think? Like, I think biggest stars they could get at a MAGA halftime show. I think Nicki would do it, obviously, because that girl's fortunes are gonna start not being great. Like, she has officially been blacklisted by a lot of Hollywood. People fucking hate her ass, as well they should. She's a snake. She's an actual snake, Matt. But then also, I want you to consider the kind of music people like Nicki Minaj make. Not exactly conducive to conservatism. Like, no, what we're going to see next year is if this happens, what we're going to see next year is whoever's, I don't know if they I don't think they've already announced it. Whoever's fucking rocking next year. Like, let it be Chapel. I hope it's fucking Chapel. If they get a lesbian to go out there who has an actual amazing singing voice, who actually writes all of her own shit, and then Matt has to pretend to like Nicki Minaj over Chapel? Oh. Jelly Roll? Yeah, probably Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll sucks shit too. Wouldn't be surprised. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 2027 Super Bowl, please welcome Rob Schneider, John Voight, and Kevin Sorbo in an inflatable muscle suit. Oh.
And so here's what happens next year. Either you go out, you have an even bigger show, you get bigger names because now you have a track record.
Sure.
Or maybe the NFL.
Yeah, look at my track record of Kid Rock. Great. I can't think of anybody who wouldn't want to be associated with that branding. What a great. Yep.
NFL gets the message and they counter program you by having a bunch of patriotic flag waving country stars next year for the halftime show. They could do that. In which case, maybe you still do your event. Maybe you pivot and you turn it into like a yearly music festival that happens around the same time as the Super Bowl, or maybe you do it in the summer.
What is this fucking fan fiction he's spinning? It's like, oh yeah, no, this could be the start of pretty soon we're gonna have our own conservative music festival, and you just keep expanding from there, and then eventually we have our own Super Bowl, and then from there we have our own advertising and companies we get. Like, what the fuck? Oh my god, dude. That's so, yes, I can't wait for fucking Conservapalooza. Oh, man.
That'd probably be smarter.
Yeah, it would.
Or maybe you take the win and you say, okay, we push this iconic.
Or maybe you take the win and don't do it again. But Matt, I thought it was such a massive win. I thought this was a massive, like, it's complete upheaval. We're just overthrowing them. Or maybe, maybe they just take the dub and they're satisfied with our victory and we're magnanimous in our victory and we just, we let you people have your piddly little Super Bowl because we came and we conquered with Kid Rock and what the fuck, Kirkchella? Oh, that's it. Kirkchella is so good. What? Koa just popped out like the toasty guy from Mortal Kombat out of my room to be like, and just gave me a look when I said Kirkchella.
American brand, the NFL, back away from the brink, away from anti-American propaganda, and we push them towards being pro-America. Like it's big. Three scenarios, all of them are huge wins, and yet you still.
No, okay, it's so good. I'm gonna finish watching this just because there's layers to it. There's layers to the ways that he allows himself these outs of how, no, actually, this is how we actually totally win. Because now you'll see, he's created this situation where no matter what happens next, they've won. It's undeniable. It's assured. Whether they don't do it again because it was a fucking train wreck. Well, no, actually, because we created this huge win. Or they do it again, and it will probably be another fucking train wreck. It'll be like, oh, yeah, we can get somebody even bigger next time. They won't get somebody bigger next time. Like, who?
We'll have these whiners complaining. Actually, I think this wasn't good. Actually, this, can I tell you?
He's unable to process criticism of his ideological side. That's what it is. Like, he's unable to look at something and not take it incredibly intensely personally. That's it.
Why this actually wasn't good? Can I tell you why this thing that seems like a huge win for our side was actually bad? I'm so tired of that. You useless dorks. Like, go do something. You go build something. You go create something. All you do is whine. These damn like commentators who only ever comment. That's all they ever do.
Pot, I'd like you to meet my friend Kettle. You two are gonna get along so well, dude. No, because here's the thing. Matt Walsh thinks he's legitimately done something. He thinks that movies like Am I Racist were an actual blow to like liberal intelligentsia, even though every time he does one of these fucking movies, which I'm sure it's been a minute. I think we probably got another Matt Walsh banger in the chamber for this year. And I can't wait to see it. I can't wait for another round of him lying to get into a place, making an ass of himself awkwardly while other people stare at him and wonder what neurological disorder he's suffering from. And then he does a voiceover like, and this is why leftists are crazy and all that bullshit. Oh, can't wait for another one.
And I say this as a commentator. I realize that. I say this as a commentator.
Do you? I don't think.
But I've seen the other side of it. You know, I've seen the other side too. When we go out and make a film, our last 2 movies.
Chat. What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say?
Take a big swing, big risk. Same. Might not pay off. It could be bad. Like it might not work out. You might embarrass.
It might be fucking embarrassing. Yes, it was. It was, dude.
Embarrass yourself. But the same thing happens. You know, you get right-wingers who stick their fingers up and say, well, actually, this is bad. Actually, let me explain why a conservative pundit making a film that debuts top 5 at the box office is bad. But here's why it's actually a bad thing.
Yeah, dude, you were competing that fucking weekend with, and I remember this because I saw them both. I dragged a friend of mine to go see both of them because they were in theaters the same weekend. You were debuting against God's Not Dead 5, dog. I call that, look, everybody was talking about Barbenheimer. Nah. I was watching Am I Racist and God's Not Dead. I was watching that Am I Dead. That was my double feature that year. Violet left. Thank you for 50 bits. He said I call it gold lung. I wish. Why would I do that to a friend? I had to. I needed literal support. Like that's 4 hours of going from one conservative paranoid fantasy to the other. It's rough.
Anyone on the right who tries to do something other than just sit at a desk and give opinions has experienced this. And it's why we lose. I mean, it really is. We lose because there's no loyalty, there's no camaraderie, there's no...
No, you don't, dude. Like, again, you lose because you are acting like qualitatively the show was good. You are acting like there's nothing wrong with this. You are burying your head in the sand, closing your eyes to all kinds of valid criticism because you think, oh, well, we don't need to improve. Like, why can't you just be happy with what you have? That is why you fucking lose. Whenever you and your dipshit ilk try and have some kind of contribution, try and make your own way in society and culture, you lose because you are so self-assured in your idiocy that you think there's no way what you're doing could possibly be bad. And it is, and you just won't listen. That's why, dude.
No sense of common purpose. There's no team spirit at all. And I'm not saying you can't ever criticize someone on your own side. That's not what I'm saying. But if your criticisms are totally pointless and useless, then yeah, you should keep that to yourself. So that's why TPUSA should have got a bigger headliner. They should have done that instead. Why did they
actually
Taylor
talk
Swift?
about the fucking show, dude?
Well, that you can keep to yourself, because that is not a helpful critique, you moron. But if you have something helpful to say, then fine. But that's not what happens. You get all these people, and I'm not talking about normal people. I'm talking about influencers, commentators, fellow pundits, media people, podcasts, or whatever, who they just immediately get to work to discount the achievement. This is what happens on the right. I'm telling you, I've seen it. As I said, I've seen it on both sides. Someone on the right does something, they take a swing, it works out, and
it doesn't. But that's the problem, Matt. You look at something, you're like, wow, no, this is based on the views. The views are people laughing at you. It didn't work out. It was fucking embarrassing on an international scale. The people they brought out were lip syncing in a fucking empty auditorium in the dark. The fireworks sounded like a chicken fart, man. It didn't work out. That's the problem. What are you talking about?
Immediately, you got people on our own side that the first thing they think to do is to try to explain why actually explain it away. Explain it away. And then God forbid you take a swing and it doesn't work. Well, God forbid. God forbid you try something. God forbid you say, you know what, I'm sick of just talking. I'm going to go try something. We're going to try this. Might not work. We're going to try it. God forbid it doesn't work. Because then people on your own side, they will, oh, now it's blood in the water. And they're so happy it didn't work. And they will use it against you forever.
I hope they do, Matt. I hope. When this era is over, Matt Walsh has already crossed over this line several times. Matt Walsh is already well known in the industry as somebody that not a lot of other conservatives like, even the people in his orbit, because he's just fucking unlikable. This is the way the dude is, apparently, all the time. I don't doubt it. But that blood in the water sentiment, I think that's so beautiful. I think it is so beautiful the way so many of these people they're playing the long con by constructing these cages for themselves. that they will never escape from for their entire life by being so assured in their significance, in their popularity, in the just ideological purity of their mission. People like this is the same thing that's going to happen to Nick Fuentes. Mark my words. The next 10, 15 years, whatever else happens, these people are going to be pushed further and further out, crying about all the things that they did and all the reasons that people should like them and everything they built. Like little fucking Lego Ozymandiases. Like just tiny little itty bitty babies going, gaze upon my works, ye mighty and despair.
These people on your
I don't know why I should have done like a meatball voice. Gaze upon my works, ye mighty and despair.
Your own side. It's pure envy. Pure envy. That's all it is. It's not complicated. TPUSA just had a bigger stream than any of us have ever had. Okay, TPUSA, you take any conservative, pundit, media, whatever, influencer, whatever you want to call this. Well, TPUSA just ate our lunch. Okay, they just annihilated us. Like they had a bigger stream that I can't even, like I've never even sniffed that. I've never come close to it.
Nor will you, buddy.
And I love it. I mean, I think it's great. I'm proud of them. Proud of them. I mean, I did nothing. I'm just proud that they did that. And I'm proud that they did it, especially, you know, given to put it mildly, what a past year it's been, that they could show up and have a win like this. I think it's extraordinary, and I'm very happy.
He didn't say anything. I doubt he's gonna say like that track record is gonna change in the next 10 minutes, but like he hasn't fucking said anything
For them. But you get these, you know, a lot of these other right wingers that are just, this is lame. This is bad. This is actually really bad. No, we should have. No. Don't actually do anything. Just tweet about it. That's all we're supposed to be doing. So, just ignore those voices is what I'm saying. And this is I think the TPUSA, they started the year.
Ignore any criticism. Just like everything they did uncritically. It was cool and good, and never said anything. Did he say anything qualitatively about the fucking music? I don't think he did. God damn, dude. That's ridiculous. Alrighty, chat. We have been streaming for 5.5 hours. We've had a big old stream today. So I'm going to take us on. Don't forget, I'm still trying to get to 10K followers over on Twitch. If you haven't followed yet, please do so now. Not even necessarily subscribers, just followers. Subbies would be great. That helps me keep making content so I don't have to beg for money and shit. But we are going to go over to... Jesus Christ. Every time I see Hassan streaming, it's crazy. He's weaving shit with Mahmoud Khalil. No. Mahmoud... Not Mahmoud Khalil. Is that right? No, that can't be right. That literally cannot be right. Nope, never mind. I can only see the K. Sorry. It is? Is it really? Damn. Okay. That's crazy. Man, every time I see something he's doing, he's hanging out with some politician or something, it just makes some streamers who are obsessed with him seem all the more sad. Let's go. Connor eats pants. We love Connor, and it looks like Connor loves slop, so we're going to go. Everybody, go say hi to Connor. Go throw some love to our favorite person who constantly torments the vice president. The reason that JD Vance's sleep paralysis demon is a Sonic Adventure 2 Chow, probably. So go say hi, go like, subscribe, follow along, check out the show on YouTube and everything. And thanks everybody for having a wonderful, wonderful chat today. I'm just gotta wait for the raid to kick in. All right.